Chapter 28:01. The trusted elder also felt that the family head's words were reasonable. Now that Wu Yu knew that he had caused trouble, he would definitely run as far as possible. How could he hide in the holy city and wait for them to catch him? It seems that there is no suspense in this competition for the family head position. Many elders of the Wu family secretly shook their heads. Originally, they still had some hope for Wu Yu, who had joined the Dragon Rising sect. But as soon as Wu Shang's words came out, they saw that Wu Yu and Wu Ping were still nowhere to be seen during the family head election. They were completely disappointed. Obviously, the family head election this time was still going to be held by Wu Shang's bloodline. The family head election was still going to be dominated by Wu Shang's bloodline. The other bloodlines could only serve as a foil. Now I announce, the Wu family head election has officially begun. This old man is old, and it is time for me to abdicate. Fortunately, our Wu family is prosperous. Apart from a few unfilial children like Wu Yu and Wu Ping, there are still many geniuses. Among them, this old man's son is the most talented and has the most upright character. Therefore, this old man proposes that Wu Chao be the new family head. Do you have any objections? While speaking, Wu Shang's dignified gaze swept over the elders of the Wu family. At the same time, he gave Wu Mei a meaningful glance. Wu Mei immediately snuggled into Jia Gu's arms and whispered something in his ear. Jia Gu had already laughed heartily. He looked at Wu Chao, who was standing respectfully beside him, and said, "Wu Chao, I heard that you built a pleasure palace in the Wu family. There are many beauties inside." Wu Chao smiled knowingly and said, "If young master likes it, I will give this palace to young master Jia Gu. As the saying goes, a gentleman doesn't steal what others love. This young master will return that palace to you after playing with it for a while." Wu Chao, you are very good. You have the demeanor of a family head. I, Jia Gu, support you to be the family head of the Wu family. Many of the elders of the Wu family were shocked again. Although they knew that Wu Chao wasn't the best candidate for the family head, Jia Gu was not only a heavyweight heaven's pride of the Divine Beast sect, but his brother was also a peerless heaven's pride. Wu Chao had the support of the family head, Wu Sheng, and Jia Gu. Therefore, no one in the family dared to oppose this election. I agree. I also agree. This old man greets the new family head. Many elders knelt down one after another. The other clans who had come to observe the ceremony also presented their gifts to congratulate Jia Gu. This made Wu Chao immensely happy. Wu Sheng's old face smiled like a chrysanthemum. They walked toward Jia Gu, bowed, and cupped their hands in greeting. My son has become the clan lord thanks to young master Jia Gu's full support. Wu Chao also tactfully said, if young master Jia Gu has any instructions in the future, my Wu clan will do our best. Wu Chao, since you said it, then I won't be polite. From now on, immediately spread the news that I'm going to take Wu Mei as my 8th concubine. You must use your heart to lure Wu Yu and Wu Ping out. Jia Gu's eyes suddenly flashed with an ominous glint. Yi Fei had killed his subordinates. He was still brooding over this matter. So, he wouldn't let this matter rest so easily. However, when the Wu father and son heard this, they were somewhat confused. One of Jia Gu's subordinates had died, so he wanted to kill Wu Yu and Wu Ping. They could understand that. However, when Jia Gu took in a concubine, shouldn't it be the 7th branch? How did Wu Mei become the 8th? Wu Sheng quickly reacted and said, "It was a slip of the tongue, a slip of the tongue. Young master Jia Gu, you must have made a slip of the tongue." Servants prepare the wedding banquet immediately to welcome young master Jia Gu and his 8th concubine. Wu Mei will be my 7th concubine. However, there is another beauty in your Wu family. She is very much to my liking. Therefore, I would like to be so bold as to ask the Wu family to marry this young lady to me as a concubine. It can be considered as 3 blessings coming at the same time. Ha 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 ha. Jia Gu laughed wildly without restraint. Body Wu Mei's complexion immediately turned pale. Wu Sheng and Wu Chao, father and son, were on the verge of collapse. The reason for that was because the person that Jia Gu had taken a fancy to was actually Wu Chao's younger sister, Wu Sheng's youngest and most beloved daughter. Moreover, This daughter of his had just turned 16 years old this year. When she saw Xiaogu pointing at her, her expression was childish. Naomi? Hello. Chi Nua Mao Hui? Cleverness of the eyes, about the mother of dryas, covering the reproductive system. Mellow? Jiao Biao. Asking Mother Hanmu to cover him. Harmonious and harmonious? Chu Zhan Bei Jun I. Secretly admonishing Zhu Tao. Tuwa. Theta Ji Hao. 5 festering bones trumpet stealing? Beating? Yubu Ding? Qiao, Yi Wei Meng? Fading gun in the backyard? Flocking to Shuan nibbling temperature? Playing boom. Wu Chao's words were like a clap of thunder, causing the young girl to faint on the spot. Many elders of the Wu family looked at each other in dismay. However, Yi Fei, who was still immersed in cultivation, was too lazy to care about all of this. After all, he was not the real Wu Ping. The reason why he had taken action was only to help Wu Yu vent his anger. Counting the time, it's about time for the Wu family to elect a patriarch. I wonder if Wu Yu has mastered the sacred dragon fist. Has he passed? Yi Fei thought silently, but he didn't plan on immediately following Wu Yu. This was because he had already reached the most crucial moment in refining the blood lotus seeds. As the 2 blood lotus seeds were refined, the light of the great Tao condensed in Yi Fei's body became even more intense. Now he wanted to forcefully blast open the door to the Tao heart in one go. As long as he could walk through the door to the Tao heart, he would be able to condense a true Tao heart at the half-martial ancestor level. When the time comes, in the upcoming Battle of Heaven's Favorites, he will have one more life-saving trump card. After sending a message to the dragon tortoise via telepathy, Yi Fei once again immersed himself in cultivation. With the help of the blood lotus seeds, his consciousness could once again sense the door to the Tao heart. This ancient stone door was still tightly shut. However, Yi Fei could vaguely see some faint cracks on it. Clearly, these cracks had been left behind when he had used the blood lotus seeds for the first time. Only if he used these traces to continuously attack the door again and again, he believed that in less than half a year, his consciousness would be able to cross the door to the Tao heart and condense a true Tao heart. Unfortunately, half a year was too long for Yi Fei. The Battle of the Geniuses was about 20 days away. He had to condense his Tao heart within this period of time. Standing before the door to the Tao heart, Yi Fei's consciousness took a deep breath and suddenly yelled, "Light of the great Tao, attack!" Rumble. Stone the door trembled. Light of the great Tao. Yi Fei this time. Yi Fei condensed the light of the great Tao from 2 blood lotus seeds in one go and attacked the door to the Tao heart. However, the door to the Tao heart did not budge. Since there were still no signs of it being broken open, Yi Fei's expression turned extremely ugly. It still doesn't work. Could it be that even the God-grade ancient God blood lotus seeds are unable to help me condense a Tao heart at the half-martial ancestor level? Crack, crack, crack. Just as Yi Fei was feeling frustrated, a tiny crack suddenly appeared on the door of the Tao heart in front of him. However, it formed a powerful suction force. More and more intense light of the great Tao radiated from the crack. Chapter 28:02. The Tao heart was the foundation of Renzu. As long as the Tao heart was not broken, the foundation would not be damaged. While the Tao heart could better comprehend the great Tao and could even fuse all the martial concepts and laws that a warrior had comprehended together to form a special life origin spirit. This kind of life origin spirit was like the vermilion bird spirit of the golden vermilion bird. It was difficult to destroy and was equivalent to having an additional life. For example, Rizu had been poisoned by the void snake venom in Qingzhou. His body was stiff and his spirit was weak. However, as long as Rizu's life origin spirit was not affected, he could continue to live and had a chance to make a comeback. Moreover, different Tao hearts had different forms. For example, the golden vermilion bird's Tao heart was a fiery bird in the form of a flame. Rizu's Tao heart was a lightning beast formed by lightning. I just don't know what form my Tao heart will take after I fuse the laws and concepts. Yi Fei looked at the crack in the door of the Tao heart in surprise. However, he did not let his consciousness enter the crack. B's current realm was not Renzu. He was only a half ancestor. He could condense a Dao heart, but could not completely cross the door of the Dao heart. When Yifei was able to completely blast open the door one day, he would have truly stepped into Renzu's realm. However, even if I have not broken through to Renzu, as long as I condense a Dao heart, I can comprehend the great Dao and borrow the power of heaven and earth to increase my combat strength again. I will also be able to survive in this prodigy battle. Yifei clenched his fists tightly. To others, this prodigy battle was an opportunity to gain the favor of the Holy Regent sections. However, to him, it was the only chance to survive. Yifei did not dare to be careless. However, before that, let's see how Wu Yu is doing. Chung after condensing a Dao heart, Yifei finally got up and walked out of the room. He began to communicate with the dragon turtle through telepathy. While on the other side, the Wu family was decorated with lanterns and colored banners. Within a day, the family had elected a new family head. Then, the news of the marriage between Wu Yu and the heavyweight genius Jia Gu of the Divine Beast sect had spread like wildfire. This news had shocked all the families in the periphery of the Holy City. By the Divine Beast sect was one of the 9 great sects under the Holy Region. Jia Gu was not only a heavyweight genius, he was also the little King Jeeb's younger brother. Jia Gu's status was high and lofty because of his many identities. He wasn't someone that these small clans of the Holy City could afford to provoke. It was unknown how many clans' patriarchs were secretly cursing the Wu clan for their dogshit luck. Unlike the envy, jealousy, and hatred of outsiders, Wu Sheng and Wu Yu, this pair of father and son, were frowning. If Jia Gu only took one concubine, they would definitely be very happy. However, Jia Gu had taken in 2 women at once, and one of them was their youngest daughter and younger sister. This was a bit too embarrassing. Wu Chao's eyes turned cold. Father, do we still have any room to refuse? Once we refuse, we will offend Jia Gu. Offending Jia Gu means offending the Beast God sect and the little beast Wang Jeeb. Sacrificing my sister in exchange for the glory, splendor, and wealth of the Wu family? Do we still need to choose? Family head, bad news. Wu Yu. Someone found Wu Yu. He is coming here. Suddenly, a Wu family spy ran in nervously. They had just pushed their own daughter and sister into a fiery pit. The Wu father and son were feeling gloomy. When they suddenly heard this news, they almost flew into a rage at the same time. What? That Wu Yu still dares to come? Today we must kill him. If it wasn't for him, we wouldn't have given our sister to that bastard Jia Gu to be defiled. Boom! Filled with anger, Wu Sheng and Wu Chao walked out of the room and returned to the huge square where the Wu family was holding their wedding banquet. At this time, the square was already filled with guests who had come to congratulate them. However, many of them had mocking looks in their eyes as they looked at a figure standing in the middle of the square. This figure didn't have the usual obscene look. Instead, he was filled with manliness. Wu Yu of the Rising Dragon sect has come to congratulate. I wish Wu Sheng and Wu Chao a heartless death. From now on, you and Wu Mei will be removed from the Wu family. Boom! Wu Yue's words caused a commotion among the guests. Wu Chao heard this, and the veins on his forehead bulged. Wu Yu, what did you say? Why didn't that good-for-nothing Wu Ping come? Wu Yu, alone is enough to deal with you. Wu Chao, come here. Let's fight. The Wu family's family head election begins now. Boom! Wuan intense, profound energy fluctuation emerged from Yu's body. This caused Wu Chao's complexion to become unsightly. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, it was truly not right for him to fight, but it was also not right for him to not fight. At this time, Jia Gu walked out of the Wu family's inner courtyard with Wu Mei in his arms. Wu Mei's face was red, and she was panting slightly. Even her clothes showed signs of being in a mess. However, the moment she saw Wu Yu, Wu Mei's expression became like an ice goddess. She shook her head in disgust. Wu Yu, you are a toad who wants to eat swan meat. When we were in the family, you harassed me time and time again. I didn't expect you to harass me again when I'm about to get married. Aren't you disgusting? Brother Xiaogu, I don't want to see him in the future. Haha, that's easy. Brother-in-law Wu Chao, I'll leave this person to you. Take my Lion King's chop and chop off this toad's limbs. I want him to become a human stick and watch the moment I take in a concubine. Xiaogu's expression was cold. He suddenly threw a golden divine blade into Wu Chao's hand. It was densely covered with divine runes. It was obviously a powerful Rinzu weapon. Clench. Wu Chao's confidence immediately swelled with this weapon. He pointed the blade at Wu Yu and said, Wu Yu, you are the scum of the family. Today, I, Wu Chao, will personally take you down as the family head. Boom! Blade the Light roared like a lion king. Wu Chao raised his blade and chopped down. He wasn't going to simply chop off Wu Yu's limbs. He was going straight for his vitals. Roar! Wu, a terrifying dragon roar came from Wu Yu's body. This time, the little emerald dragon didn't turn into a stick. Instead, it turned into a pair of special dragon tooth bracers. It condensed into a green dragon bracer and clashed with Wu Chao's Rinzu weapon barehanded. It even sent Wu Chao and his weapon retreating with a single punch. This is impossible. It's only been a few days. How did you become so strong? Wu Chao's face was full of disbelief. The blood in his body was burning. The Rinzu weapon turned into a roaring lion. It opened its mouth and was about to swallow Wu Yu whole. At the same time, Wu Yu roared. A green divine dragon suddenly appeared on his arms. The divine dragon condensed a dragon claw and slapped forward again. Wu Chao, who had been majestic a moment ago, was slapped to the ground with his blade. Following. Chapter 28:03. Xiaogu's fury, the new head of the Wu family. The brother-in-law of Xiaogu, the heavyweight genius of the Divine Beast sect, had not only been defeated in one move, but his face had also been stepped on in front of everyone. Wu Chao couldn't hold back the huge humiliation. He spat out a mouthful of old blood, and even spat it far away. The expressions of the guests who came to congratulate them all changed. They did not expect such a scene to happen at all. If this were to spread, it would definitely become the Wu family's greatest scandal in recent years. However, the ones who had the greatest reaction were the Wu family's elders. Originally, when they saw that Wu Yu did not appear during the family head election, they thought that Wu Yu was scared and cowardly. Who knew how many people secretly cursed Wu Yu for being useless? They lamented that the Wu family would definitely go downhill after being handed over to Wu Chao. However, they did not expect that the situation would take a turn. Wu Yu actually killed his way out of the Wu family's most important moment. Furthermore, he suppressed the Wu family's strongest prodigy, Wu Chao, with incomparable strength. Is this still Wu Yu? He's simply a completely different person from the usual wretched and simple Wu Yu. There's also Wu Ping. It's said that Wu Ping killed one of Xiaogu's subordinates in front of everyone. The Wu family's elders discussed one after another. Hearing this discussion, Wu Chao was so angry that 2 streams of blood flowed out of his nose. Helpless, his head was stepped on by Wu Yu, making it impossible for him to raise his head. He could only lie on the ground in humiliation and roar, "Father, kill him. Hurry up and kill him. I want to dismember his body into 10,000 pieces." Chao, audacious Wu Yu, if this old man doesn't kill you today, I swear I'm not human. Wu Chao's miserable scream finally woke Wu Sheng from his shock. Immediately, the might of a half-martial ancestor erupted from his body. Carrying overflowing anger, he charged toward Wu Yu. This caused many of the Wu family's neutral elders to secretly break out in cold sweat for Wu Yu. After all, it was not easy for the Wu family to produce a prodigy like Wu Yu. If he were to die so impulsively like this, it would be too much of a pity. There were even some elders who secretly sent voice transmissions to Wu Yu, telling him to kidnap Wu Chao and escape so that they could make further plans in the future. However, when he heard this advice, Wu Yu only coldly smiled. "Wu Sheng, you're simply not human. You're nothing but a dog that only knows how to why you. My Wu family does not have a backbone. Holy dragon in the sky. Roar." A dragon's roar shook the world. The green dragon gauntlet on Wu Yu's arm erupted with a monstrous dragon's repulse. Together with the sacred dragon fist, they blasted forward. Not only did they break Wu Sheng's divine ability, but they also turned the tables. A dragon claw once again pressed Wu Sheng to the ground. The entire Wu clan was in an uproar. Could it be that Wu Yu had taken the wrong medicine today? Everyone could barely accept the fact that he had suppressed Wu Chao with a single move. However, he had suppressed Wu Sheng, who was a half-martial ancestor, with a single move. What was going on? Evil creature, this old man's illustrious name. Being suppressed by Jia Gu, Wu Sheng vomited a mouthful of blood 3 meters away. No matter what, he was the previous generation's family head, a half-martial ancestor-level expert of the Wu family. Yet, in the blink of an eye, both father and son had been suppressed by the same person. This was extremely humiliating, extremely embarrassing. In the end, Wu Sheng could only place his final hope on the high and mighty Jia Gu. Jia Gu, son-in-law, save me. Humph, a bunch of trash father and son. There are so many people in your Wu clan, yet you can't even handle a single person. What use is there for this young master to have you bunch of good-for-nothings? Rage suddenly appeared on Jia Gu's body. He did not have the slightest bit of respect for Wu Sheng and Wu Chao just because he had taken away the Wu clan's daughter. Beside him, Wu Mei's peach blossom eyes were wide open. It was as if she did not dare to believe that the person standing before her was Wu Yu. However, she was, after all, a member of Wu Sheng's bloodline. Naturally, she did not wish to see Wu Sheng and his father continue to be humiliated. She hurriedly whispered into Jia Gu's ear, "Big brother Jia Gu, haven't you always wanted that girl's body? Now that her father and brother are in trouble, if you are willing to extend a helping hand, do you think that damn girl would not be willing to submit to you? Haha, it's still you who understands this young master's heart the best. Very well, seeing that she is my future concubine, Tiger Woman, go up and subdue this person. Remember, you must capture him alive." Jia Gu's expression was cold and indifferent. A sturdy middle-aged man with tiger stripes on his forehead walked out from behind him. This middle-aged man was Jia Gu's strongest bodyguard, Tiger Woman. Hearing the order, Tiger Woman's body immediately erupted with a strong Renzu's might. He walked towards Wu Yu in an indifferent and arrogant manner and said, "I disdain to bully the weak. Are you going to break your own legs and kneel down, or do you want me to help you? Kill." What answered was Wu Yu's earth-shaking dragon roar. He launched the sacred dragon fist once again and blasted it towards Tiger Woman. Tiger Woman arrogantly tried to resist, but was shocked to find that even his Renzu's attack power was unable to resist Wu Yu's sacred dragon fist. Tiger Woman was immediately shocked. How is this possible? I have seen Rising Dragon Sex, Rising Dragon Fist. How can it have such formidable might? Wait, this is not a great void divine ability. Bang! Tiger Woman's words shook everyone's heart. Who would have thought that Wu Yu, who was originally a marginal character in the Wu family, would suddenly rise up and transform into a heavyweight Heaven's Pride? Many of the Wu family's elders were collectively shocked. At this moment, not only was Wu Mei's eyes wide open, even her mouth was wide open. Suddenly, Jia Gu's cold and mocking voice came from above the crowd. "You think that you can oppose me, Jia Gu, just because you have grasped the Heavenly Emperor divine ability? Don't forget that I, Jia Gu, have grasped the Heavenly Emperor divine ability earlier than you, and even stronger. Kill." Jia Gu suddenly attacked. Just when Wu Yu and Tiger Woman's battle was at its most intense, he launched a powerful sneak attack towards Wu Yu's back. This caused countless people to cry out in alarm, and they all sighed one after another. This time, Wu Yu was most likely going to die. However, at the crucial moment, a fist-sized black walk rushed out from Wu Yu's body. That black walk gradually grew in the wind, and in an instant, it turned into a huge black walk the size of a water tank. Suddenly, the walk smashed onto Jia Gu's face. Jia Gu, who was completely unprepared, only felt a sharp pain on his face. His nose was already bleeding, and his front teeth were bleeding. Jia Gu was so furious that he almost went crazy. "Kill you. I, Jia Gu, will kill you today." Bang! The killing intent on Jia Gu's body became even denser. He simply wished that he could tear that black walk into pieces. However, before Jia Gu could attack, a bone-chilling voice suddenly came from within the crowd. Jia Gu, if you dare to move even a finger, I will bury you along with the Wu family's father and son. Dong! An ordinary and mediocre figure stepped out of the crowd. That black walk that had launched a sneak attack on Jia Gu flew straight towards the youth. It even turned into a huge black tortoise and unceasingly rubbed against the youth's trouser leg. It seemed as if it was asking for a reward. The youth's reaction was only slightly slower. His trouser leg was actually torn apart by the black tortoise, and a part of his thigh was exposed. Yifei really had the heart to beat the dragon tortoise to death. Chapter 28:04. Jia Gu recognized Yifei. He was the young man who had killed his subordinate with a single finger. His heart tightened, and he subconsciously remembered the Wu family's evaluation of Wu Ping. Weak, cowardly, and mediocre talent. If it wasn't for the fact that he was the only son of the family head 2 generations ago, Wu Ping simply wouldn't have any status in the Wu family. However, such a person was able to easily kill a heavenly pride. Furthermore, he was able to calmly leave while being chased by over 10 heavenly prides. This caused Jia Gu to feel fear in his heart. Thus, he didn't dare to take the risk of fighting against Yifei. Instead, he decisively ordered the human ancestor's bodyguard, the Tiger Woman, to charge towards Yifei. This caused the people of the Wu family to be shocked. First, Wu Yu had defeated the strongest genius of the Wu family, Wu Chao. Now, Wu Ping, who was publicly acknowledged as the weakest, was about to face the human ancestor. Could it be that the Wu family was really going to change? Wu Ping is just a cowardly worm. Wu Chao, don't believe that Wu Yu can overturn the heavens once, but this Wu Ping can do it a second time. Wu Chao said coldly. Tiger Nu's attack had finally allowed him to escape from Wu Yu's foot. Unfortunately, there was still a clear shoe print on his face, which made Wu Chao's face pale. The previous family head, Wu Sheng, who was also suppressed, had a distorted face. He roared furiously, Kill these 2 people. Our Wu family doesn't have such scum. Only by killing Wu Yu and Wu Ping could he wash away the humiliation of his father and son. For this, Wu Sheng didn't hesitate to offer a generous reward. He looked at Jia Gu and said, As long as you can kill these 2 people, our Wu family's daughters will be yours to choose. Boom! Wu Sheng's words shocked all the elders of the Wu family, especially the women. Their faces were pale. They didn't expect that Wu Sheng would sacrifice all of them for revenge. When Jia Gu heard these words, he started to laugh wildly. Father-in-law, this is what you said. In that case, Jia Gu, won't be polite. Tiger Woman, kill them all. Take their heads as my betrothal gift to the Wu family. Yes, young master. The Tiger Woman laughed malevolently. The might of Rinzhu on her body became even more terrifying. It shook many of the families that came to congratulate them. Their hearts couldn't help but tremble slightly. But seeing the Tiger Woman that walked out, Yifei instead slightly shook his head. He then looked towards Wu Yue and said, Wu Yue, this tiger, are you going to take care of it or should I? It's better if you do it. The sacred dragon fist consumes too much energy. I reckon that I will only be able to fully unleash it after I become a half-martial ancestor. Wu Yu shook his head and smiled bitterly. Then he panted heavily and retreated behind Yifei. It was obvious that Wu Yu had consumed a lot of energy fighting with Wu Sheng, his father, and the Tiger Woman. At the same time, when they saw Wu Yu's actions, many of the Wu family's elders present were shocked once again. Wu Yu, who had already transformed into a heaven-defying genius, was actually willing to retreat behind Wu Ping. From the looks of it, he was going to let Wu Ping face the Rinzhu realm expert alone. Crazy. Both Wu Yu and Wu Ping had gone crazy. Some of the Wu family's elders immediately shouted in ridicule. A divine lord facing Rinzhu, and a coward with mediocre talent like Wu Ping. Wasn't this the same as smashing an egg against a rock? But even more of the Wu family's elders remained silent. Wu Yu had already displayed incomparably powerful battle prowess. Then, how terrifying would Wu Ping, who dared to face Renzu, erupt with battle prowess? And how many moves would he be able to withstand under the attacks of the Renzu realm Tiger Woman? Rumble. The void shattered. That was the might of the divine ability unleashed by the Tiger Woman in the Renzu realm. The divine ability unleashed by the Tiger Woman was also a great void divine ability. But, relying on the advantage of her realm, Renzu's great void divine ability could absolutely crush a divine lord. Not to mention, the Tiger Woman had not only unleashed her divine ability, she had also unleashed her bloodline. Although her bloodline was only at the 8th grade and could only be considered mediocre in the holy city where geniuses gathered. But, relying on the amplification of her bloodline, the might of the Tiger Woman's divine ability had become even more terrifying. Everyone only saw a terrifying tiger claw imprint appearing between the heavens and the earth. It was as if the heavens were collapsing as it slammed down. It also made all the half-martial ancestor experts present feel an aura of death. He's dead. The Tiger Woman is an expert in the late stage of Renzu realm. Moreover, she has grasped the great void divine ability. If she attacks, there's no way Wu Ping can survive. Wu Sheng and Wu Chao were beaming with joy. As for the Tiger Woman who attacked, her complexion suddenly changed greatly. Her body even wanted to retreat at lightning speed. But, before she could retreat, a finger suddenly pierced through the tiger claw imprint. Suddenly, a sword light, like a torrential heavenly river, descended from the 9 heavens and pierced the void. That void exploded with a loud bang. What exploded at the same time was the head of the Tiger Woman. With a single finger, the Tiger Woman was killed. Renzu had fallen. The Wu family was shaken. All the cultivators present were shaken. Wu Sheng and Wu Chao were so frightened that they fell limply to the ground. They were unable to believe everything that had happened before their eyes. The Tiger Woman in the middle stage of Renzu realm had a certain advantage even when facing the heavy-class geniuses. However, when facing the cowardly and mediocre Wu Ping in their eyes, she was actually instantly killed by a single finger. Jia Gu felt his hair stand on end. His pupils shrunk as he looked at Yi Fei. You actually killed the Tiger Woman. Do you know that the Tiger Woman is the follower of my brother, the little beast king, Ji? The terror of killing the Tiger Woman with a single finger had truly frightened Jia Gu. So much so that he brought out his brother, the little beast king, to threaten Yi Fei. Yi Fei's eyes immediately revealed a trace of coldness. I've said it before. If you dare to move a finger or let out a fart, I'll take your life. I, Wu Ping, am a man of my words. Boom! After killing the Tiger Woman, Yi Fei's footsteps didn't stop. He ferociously rushed towards Jia Gu to kill him. Jia Gu immediately issued a fearful roar. After all, he was a heavy-class Heaven's Pride expert. His skills were also very strong. He had activated his bloodline and had even stimulated his protective secret treasure in order to resist this terrifying finger attack. However, Jia Gu despaired because all his efforts were in vain. The resplendent sword finger brought along the boundless light of the great Tao. It pierced through his forehead and shattered his heavenly palace. Just as his divine soul was about to collapse, Jia Gu suddenly realized something. His divine soul was overwhelmed with shock as he thought, that light seems to be the light of the great Tao. This Wu Ping is not only a half-ancestor, he has also condensed the Tao heart. No wonder the Tiger Woman was instantly killed by him. With a single move, boom! Jia Gu's corpse fell to the ground with shock in his eyes. This also shocked everyone. Not only did the Tiger Woman Renzu die, even the little Beast King's younger brother, Jia Gu, also died. Moreover, all of them were killed with a single finger. Shock and terror were no longer enough to describe everyone's feelings. However, many people, including the elders of the Wu family and the many half-ancestors who came to congratulate, looked at Yi Fei with deep reverence and fear in their eyes. This was the world of martial arts. Strength determined everything. If Jia Gu had the strength, he could do whatever he wanted in the Wu family. He could wantonly insult the women of the Wu family. If Yi Fei had the strength, he could also kill Jia Gu with a single finger. He could even control the life and death of everyone present. Chapter 28:05. Frightened by the news, Yi Fei glanced indifferently at the many Wu family elders present. If Yi Fei had not revealed his identity as Wu Ping, the elders would have been displeased by his gaze, or even scolded him for being a good-for-nothing from a clan. Not only is he a coward, his talent is mediocre, and yet he dares to speak to us with such a gaze and tone. But now, after witnessing Yi Fei's decisiveness, these Wu family elders did not dare to be dissatisfied. Instead, when Yi Fei glanced at them, they all knelt down in fear. "Young Master Ping, please spare us. From now on, we are willing to follow your orders. Please, young Master Ping, take over the position of family head. Yes, let young Master Ping be the family head. Let young Master Ping be the family head." Wu Ping's strength and the actions of Wu Sheng and his son finally made the Wu family make the right choice. They wholeheartedly elected Wu Ping as the new family head. However, what they didn't know was that the person standing in front of them wasn't Wu Ping, but Demon Lord Yi, whose name shook the great void. He was a peerless genius who had once killed an ancient god. Not to mention the small Wu clan, Yi Fei wouldn't even bother to be the lord of the sacred city. His ambition did not lie here. He wanted to climb to the peak of martial arts. He wanted to break through Rinzhu, the ancient god emperor, and even the celestial emperor. How about he spy on others? "Sorry, I'm not interested in the position of family head. Give it to Wu Yu," Yi Fei said indifferently. "No, I'll follow you. It's more interesting to travel the world. Whoever wants to be the Wu family head can be it." However, Wu Sheng and his son betrayed the family for their own selfish reasons. They must be removed from the family. And Wu Mei, she invited a wolf into the house. She will also be removed from the family. Wu Yu said coldly. Hearing this, Wu Mei's expression changed drastically, as if she had fallen into an icy cavern. On the other hand, Wu Sheng and his son were overjoyed. Without any hesitation, they knelt on the ground and yelled out furiously, "Wu Yu, you win. Leave the Wu family from us." After saying that, Wu Sheng pulled Wu Chao and got up to leave. This made Wu Yu a little surprised. I didn't notice it usually, but this Wu Sheng and his son are really good at taking things and letting things go. They left so quickly. Yi Fei angrily slapped Wu Yu on the head. "Wu Yu, it's not without reason that I called you stupid. If you let them off just like that, I guarantee that when we leave Holy City, the Wu father and son will definitely make a comeback and reclaim the Wu family's power. Now, I just want to ask you one thing. Do you want to kill them or let them go?" Wu Yu was a little hesitant. In the end, he looked at Yi Fei. "Brother Ping, they're family after all. I can't do it. I'll leave it to you." Wu Sheng and his son's expressions changed greatly. They suddenly increased their speed, wanting to escape. But before they could escape, two sword fingers had already pierced their bodies. Wu Sheng and his son immediately screamed as their heavenly palaces collapsed. Even their bloodline was destroyed by Yi Fei's sword fingers. At this point, Wu Sheng and his son's cultivation was completely destroyed. They could only be ordinary people in the future. Wu Chao's eyes were filled with fear and hatred. He roared like a wild beast. Wu Sheng instantly aged a few hundred years. He looked at Yi Fei dejectedly and said, "Since ancient times, the winner takes all. You have deceived all of us. In the entire Wu family, the most outstanding person is not Wu Yu, but you, Wu Ping. I can't accept losing to Wu Yu, but losing to you, my son, and I wholeheartedly accept it." With that said, Wu Sheng pulled Wu Chao and left the Wu family dejectedly. At this moment, not a single member of the Wu family sympathized with them. Even the people they once trusted the most looked at Yi Fei with reverence and fanaticism. The same was true for all the families that had come to congratulate them. Wu Mei cried bitterly after seeing what had happened to Wu Sheng and his son with her own eyes. Then, she suddenly threw herself into Wu Yu's arms. "Cousin, I finally know that I was wrong. In fact, I have always loved you. It was Wu Sheng and his son who forced me to be together with Gu. I know that you have always loved him in your heart, right? Give me a chance. I will listen to you in the future. Yi Fei didn't stop Wu Mei. He just looked on coldly from the side. A hint of struggle appeared on Wu Yu's face. But soon, this struggle turned into determination and determination. Wu Mei, although I, Wu Yu, am a toad, I am not worthy of a white swan like you. Scram! You don't deserve to stay in the Wu family. Wu Mei's body trembled slightly. She was forced to continuously retreat. Her face was filled with intense regret and unwillingness. Her tone was filled with hatred as she cursed. Liar! You said before that you liked me and were willing to do anything for me. It was all a lie. Wu Yu, you're heartless. You're heartless. Why won't you forgive me? Why? Wu Mei cried and cursed. She wanted to throw herself into Wu Yu's arms again. Yi Fei shook his head. Suddenly, he used a sword finger to destroy Wu Mei's sky palace, crippling her bloodline and cultivation. Wu Mei, some mistakes can be corrected, but some injuries can never be forgiven, even for a lifetime. For the sake of my brother, I won't kill you. Take care of yourself. Yi Fei looked at Wu Yu. He saw a smile on Wu Yu's face, as if he had been reborn. There was no longer the wretched and immature look on his face. He stepped on the little emerald dragon and soared into the sky. Then Yi Fei lowered his head and looked at the big round black turtle under his feet. He felt a little sad. At the same time, the news of the Wu family spread throughout the periphery of the sanctuary like a hurricane. Then it spread to the inner city of the sacred city. Those who could enter the inner city were all from big sections. As the battle of heavenly legends approached, all the young talents in the heaven realm gathered in the sacred city again. Among them, the little beast king, Jeeb, had arrived early in the sacred city, waiting for the battle of heavenly legends to begin. Jeeb had heard about Gu's mischief in the periphery of the sacred city, but he didn't stop him. Instead, he indulged Gu in his wanton enjoyment. After all, there would be no threat to him if Gu continued to fall. It could be said that Gu's fall was caused by Jeeb. He didn't want to have an excellent brother to threaten his position in the beast god sect. But Jeeb didn't expect that Gu would die like this. Moreover, he died in the most ordinary small family in the periphery of the sacred city. When the news of Gu's death spread, Jeeb the little beast immediately became furious. He wasn't sad about Gu's death. Instead, he was furious. Someone actually dared to kill Gu despite knowing that he was in the holy city. This was a slap to his face. Jebi was so angry that he almost wanted to lead his men to exterminate the Wu family on the spot. However, he soon found out that the Wu family was actually the descendant of Wu Yu's Wu family. He also found out that the Wu family's youth, Wu Ping, who had killed Gu, was actually followed by a round black turtle. Jebi was so scared that he started sweating from head to toe. Chapter 28:06. Yimo had arrived at the holy city. This news swept through the holy city like a hurricane. No one doubted little beast King Jeeb's judgment. After all, what Yi Fei had done in the Great Void was too shocking. Force suppressing everyone and stepping into the celestial emperor, shaman, suppression pagoda, hook forming the golden vermilion bird, and killing the ancient emperor of the sacred region, as well as many disciples. What was even more terrifying was that it was rumored that Yimo had obtained some kind of treasure in the Great Void that could kill ancient gods. It was also for this treasure that he could pry into the secret of breaking through to the heavenly emperor realm. Ever since Yi Fei left the Rising Dragon sect, countless ancient gods had been secretly watching Yi Fei's every move. They were either preparing to make a move to snatch the Celestial Emperor's decree or to attack and steal the key to enter the Celestial Devil Palace. At the same time, this was also a method that the Sacred Region's sects used to deal with Yi Fei. The Sacred Region's sects had only invited Yi Fei to participate in the prodigy battle on the surface. Secretly, the Sacred Region's sects hoped that Yi Fei would die on the way. Therefore, when they heard that Yi Fei had arrived at the Holy City safely, An angry roar came from a mountain peak in the holy city's core area. Are all the ancient gods outside the sacred region's sex useless? So many ancient gods ambushed him along the way, but he still managed to arrive at the holy city unscathed. Master, please calm down. Even if those good-for-nothing ancient gods from other sects can't kill Yi Fei, I swear that I will definitely chop off Yi Fei's head and present it to Master. A man in green clothes suddenly walked over from the mountain peak. This man's aura was vigorous, and he faintly emitted a strange divine dragon's aura, as if he was a dragon man with dragon blood. However, dragon men were born with a flaw in their bloodline, making it difficult for them to break through to the half-martial ancestor realm. However, the young man in front of him had not only broken through to the half-martial ancestor realm, but his dragon blood was also burning fiercely behind him. Seeing this young man, the roaring ancient god's expression became a lot calmer. He coldly glanced at him a few times before revealing a satisfied smile and saying, "That's fine. That Yi-Mo is cunning, and he has the heavenly monarch's decree that can kill the ancient gods. I didn't expect the ancient gods to be able to kill him, but it's a pity that they didn't manage to use up his heavenly monarch's decree. Wangu, the battle of prodigies this time depends on you. As long as you can kill Yi Fei, I will accept you as my personal disciple." The young man in green was Zhang Wangu. Furthermore, Zhang Wangu had even taken an ancient god as his master. Only it was because Zhang Wangu was only an in-name disciple at the moment. This made Zhang Wangu very unhappy. It was only when he heard these words that Zhang Wangu became excited. He hurriedly knelt down with his head touching the ground and his butt facing the sky as he kowtowed and said, "Master, don't worry. This disciple swears to kill Yi Fei this time. I will definitely live up to Master's expectations." Good. Zhang Wangu, I will wait for your good news. That's right. Looking at the time, the Battle of Prodigies should be starting soon, right? On a mountain peak, the ancient god raised his head and looked down. At the foot of the mountain peak, there was already a huge martial arts arena built. This martial arts arena was called the God Execution Stage. Gu. As the name implied, this was a special battlefield that the Sacred Region sects had specially opened up for the ancient gods to battle. However, because the news of the Great Void Heavenly Emperor's inheritance had spread, the Sacred Region sects were under a lot of pressure. In order to alleviate the resentment of the various factions that had been hidden from them for so many years by the Sacred Region, the Sacred Region sects were forced to open up this battlefield and hold the Battle of Prodigies. Furthermore, there was a rule that stated that anyone who won the chosen battle would be able to join a sect in the Saint Domain. Furthermore, it would not be a branch sect, but a main sect. As soon as this decision was made, the resentment of the 9 great sects dissipated. In the past, even if the disciples of the 9 major sects joined the Sacred Region, they could only become branch disciples and would not be able to enter the main branch. Not only would they receive unequal cultivation resources, but they would also not be able to come into contact with the method of becoming an emperor. This was because in the history of the Sacred Region, only those prodigies who joined the main branch would be able to come into contact with the method of breaking through to become a heavenly emperor. Therefore, when the news that the sects of the Holy Region were about to hold the Battle of Heaven's Prides in the Holy City spread, all the legendary Heaven's Prides in the Heaven Realm were in an uproar. Not only did the legendary Heaven's Prides of this generation rush over one after another, even a few legendary Heaven's Prides of the other generations who had yet to break through to the human ancestor realm came with strong hopes. The appearance of Fei caused a huge commotion. However, the even bigger commotion was the appearance of the legendary prodigies of the previous generations, which attracted the attention of countless people. In a certain restaurant, there were even people who looked at a tyrannical figure in the sky with extreme admiration. That person is Zhang Tianqing, the previous crown prince of the ancient kingdom of Zhangchu. He was also in existence who stepped onto the ancient Golden Road during the previous trip to the Great Void. There were rumors that he had died 10 years ago, but now it seems that it was just a rumor. Although Zhang Tianxing is strong, the strongest is still the ancient Moon Clan's prodigy, Jia Luo. He was once invited by the Sacred Region sections. It's a pity that Jia Luo is arrogant and unwilling to just become a branch disciple, so he rejected the invitation. However, if Jia Luo had not rejected the invitation, there would not be this battle of prodigies. I just don't know who is stronger between the new prodigies and the old prodigies. Needless to say, the new prodigies have risen not long ago, while the old prodigies have all cultivated bitterly for many years, or even decades. Their battle power is definitely stronger. That might not be the case. For example, that demon Lord Yi. How long has it been since he started cultivating? Didn't he also kill a sacred region ancient god in the Great Void? One of the young warriors expressed his dissatisfaction. No, after hearing this, the crowd roared with laughter. Ha ha ha, kid, are your feathers all grown out? That demon Lord Yi was able to kill an ancient god because of the Heavenly Emperor's decree. If we were to talk about his true ability, he would probably be at the bottom of all the prodigies. That's right, in the Great Void, the other prodigies' Heavenly Emperor mystiques were all sealed, which allowed Demon Lord Yi to take advantage of them. In this battle of prodigies, all the prodigies can use any mystique they want. That Demon Lord Yi is probably at the bottom of the heap. Damn it, you guys are looking down on him too much. The young man's face was dark, and there seemed to be flames dancing in his eyes. Beside him, a hand immediately reached out and covered his mouth. Will you stop talking? It's useless to say all this now. We will only know who is stronger and who is weaker after the battle. The one who had argued was Wu Yu, while the one who had stopped them was Yi Fei. Solution: after settling the matter with the Wu family, Yi Fei and Wu Yu left the periphery of the sacred region and went straight into the city. They found a restaurant and sat down. At this time, Yi Fei was still in Wu Ping's appearance, which was inconspicuous. Wu Yu also hid the little emerald dragon and asked about the divine beast sex reaction to Jia Gu's death. Conclusion. Chapter 28:07. As new and old prodigies appeared one after another in Sacred City, the entire city gradually became lively. There were even gambling houses in the Holy City that started betting on who would emerge victorious in the battle of the outstanding geniuses. Such a battle attracted the attention of a large number of ancient emperors and even ancient gods. Yi Fei's heart sank when he found out that his winning rate was actually the lowest among all the outstanding geniuses. It seems like no one is optimistic about you at all, Wu Yu said angrily. Forget it. Let's walk our own path and let others say what they want. It's fine as long as we have confidence in ourselves. Yi Fei was very open-minded. No matter what outsiders said, it would not affect his confidence. Well said. A true martial artist has his own path. How can he allow others to point at him and gossip about him? Young Master Wu's words are indeed incisive. I admire you. As Yi Fei and Wu Yu were talking, a beautiful figure suddenly walked towards them. It was actually Shangluo. She sat down immediately and looked meaningfully at Yi Fei. Yi Fei felt his hair stand on end. One had to know that Shangluo's demure appearance hid a barbaric heart. She couldn't have seen through him, right? No, he had used the 1,000 fantasy pill to change his appearance. Even the ancient gods could not tell. How did Shangluo find out? Yi Fei decided to test her, so he pretended to be puzzled and cupped his hands. I am Wu Ping. Greetings, holy lady of Xian Tian. May I know why you are looking for me? Wu, shouldn't your surname be Yi? Shang Luo blinked, a faint smile appearing on his face. Yi Fei and Wu Yu's foreheads were already covered in cold sweat. Their disguise was already so realistic that even the entire Wu family couldn't see through it. How could Shang Luo see through it? No matter how she found out, Yi Fei knew that his identity could not be exposed before the prodigy battle started. Before Shangluo could finish speaking, Yi Fei had already taken out a spiritual melon and stuffed it into Shangluo's mouth. Entire. In the restaurant, the chattering crowd quieted down instantly. As the holy lady of the Xiannu sect, Shangluo naturally attracted attention. Along the way, she attracted the attention and admiration of many young prodigies. However, The holy lady did not pay attention to anyone. Instead, she suddenly walked to the side of two ordinary-looking youths. What was even more exaggerated was that one of the youths took out something and stuffed it into the holy lady's mouth. Bang! Many young prodigies were already angry. They were waiting for the holy lady's expression. However, Shang Luo's next reaction was beyond everyone's expectations. His mouth was stuffed with a large spirit melon, but not only was he not angry in the slightest, his eyes suddenly became as bright as a little girl's. First, he took a bite of the spirit melon with incomparable familiarity. At the same time, he unceremoniously stretched out his hand and said confidently, "I want more. Otherwise, you know the consequences." Yi Fei smiled bitterly when he heard this. Fortunately, Xiao Xiao had grown a few more spiritual melons during this period of time. Now that Shang Luo was holding on to his weakness, Yi Fei could only helplessly offer up all of his spiritual melons. He softly transmitted his voice. "Shang Luo, how did you discover my identity?" "Humph. Call me Grand Aunt, and I will be merciful and tell you," Shang Luo said proudly. She did not have many opportunities to bully Yi Fei in public. Yi Fei's face darkened when he heard this. He suddenly wanted to take back all the spiritual melons. Shang Luo, who was addicted to eating spiritual melons, became anxious. She almost hung her whole body on Yi Fei. Snatching the spiritual melons from Yi Fei was a completely subconscious action of Shang Luo. However, this coquettish behavior of a little girl shook the hearts of all the martial artists in the restaurant. Many young geniuses could even hear the sound of their hearts breaking. "Sit." At the side, Wu Yu's eyes turned red. "It's too unfair. I'm obviously more handsome and elegant than him. How can a mysterious sky holy lady favor one and discriminate against the other and only hug Yi Fei?" Wu Yu was furious. You felt very unconvinced in his heart. Feeling Shang Luo's incomparably familiar action, Yi Fei suddenly felt a sense of excitement in his heart. He immediately gave Shang Luo a tight hug. "Shang Luo, you've recovered? Wu Yu, you're about to die. How dare you hug this fairy?" Shang Luo's face was as red as blood. She originally wanted to tease Yi Fei, but she did not expect that Yi Fei would flirt with her in public. If it weren't for the fact that there were so many people watching, Shang Luo would have bitten Yi Fei to death. She immediately stepped on Yi Fei's foot with all her strength. Beside Wu Yu immediately screamed. Yi Fei was the one who molested the holy lady. Why was he always the one being stepped on? Shang Luo's face turned even redder. She glared fiercely at Yi Fei and said, "Why aren't you letting go of me? Do you want the whole city to know about it before you're happy?" Yi Fei then realized that what he was doing was indeed inappropriate. He immediately let go of Shang Luo and said, "Then at least tell me what you remembered and why you came to the holy city." "What I remembered has nothing to do with you. As for why I came to the holy city, it's naturally to participate in the prodigy tournament." "All right, I won't talk to you anymore. Let's meet on the god execution stage." Shang Luo originally wanted to tease Yi Fei, but she ended up being teased in front of everyone. Shang Luo blushed so much that she could not raise her head. She did not want to talk to Yi Fei anymore. She gave a simple explanation and did not forget to rob Yi Fei of all his spiritual gourds. Only then was Shang Luo satisfied and quickly left the restaurant, leaving behind a few hundred pairs of eyes staring at Yi Fei as if they wanted to kill him. Yi Fei and Wu Yu felt their hair stand on end at the same time. They did not dare to stay in the restaurant any longer. Instead, they hurriedly left in silence and found a small inn to stay in, quietly waiting for the start of the battle of heaven's favorites. No, however, Yi Fei's heart was not calm. Shang Luo's attitude also made him unable to determine whether Shang Luo had regained her memories or not after her trip to the Great Void. Unable to figure this out, Yi Fei was too lazy to think about it in the end. Forget it. As long as Shang Luo is safe, it's fine. For now, it's more important to calm down and focus on preparing for the prodigy tournament. In the room, Yi Fei continued to cultivate silently. The situation in the holy city also became more and more tense. A few days later, almost every day, powerful prodigies rushed to the holy city. 10 days later, when Lu Mohan of Imperial Sky arrived in the Holy City with a terrifying chill, the entire Holy City was immediately filled with the majestic voice of an ancient god. The Prodigy Tournament has officially begun. All 12th grade bloodlines can enter the god execution stage to fight. Chapter 28:08. In the same direction, the ancient moon clan's Jaloa also sneered. She carried a terrifying moon on her back as she stepped onto the god's platform. Jaloa was also the only female of the previous generation of prodigies. She was very eye-catching. However, this angered another woman, Huaqingwu. What's there to be proud of? Today I, Huaqingwu, will compete with you. Flames filled the sky and turned into a divine bridge. Huaqingwu stepped on the flames barefoot. It was very beautiful and seemed to be able to suppress Jaloa. Many people gasped in amazement. However, these gasps were not for Huaqingwu, but for another woman. This woman was Shangla. She carried a harp and stepped into the void. Beside her was a white-robed figure. It's Chun Xiaoyao. I didn't expect him to appear with the Shintian Saintus. Could it be that Chun Xiaoyao is interested in the Shintian Saintus? There's also Feng Yin. He's another dark horse after Demon Yi in the Great Void. It said that Feng Yin didn't join any faction. He became a peerless prodigy all by himself. Lu Mohan is here too. Compared to when he was in the Great Void, Lu Mohan's cold aura seems to be stronger. There's also Shi Jiucheng, Little Beast King Jeeb, and Yi. That's strange. Why is Yi Fei here? Why is an ordinary youth here? Suddenly, someone noticed that Demon Yi, who was rumored to be the strongest, wasn't here. Instead, it was an ordinary youth who appeared in front of everyone. When they saw this youth, the Wu family members couldn't help but exclaim in shock. It's Wu Ping. How can it be Wu Ping? Is Wu Ping also participating in this prodigy battle? This news shocked the people of the Wu clan. Wu Sheng and Wu Chao, who were also mixed in the crowd, also had expressions of shock. They had come this time to seek an audience with the Little Beast King, Jeeb, so that they could borrow Jeeb's hand to kill Wu Ping and take revenge and regain the authority of the Wu clan. However, when they saw the ordinary-looking youth calmly walk step by step towards the god execution stage, an indescribable feeling of great fear suddenly appeared in the hearts of the Wu clan's father and son. Around the god-slaying stage, the gazes of countless geniuses instantly landed on this ordinary-looking youth. Zhang A sneer appeared at the corner of Tian Xing's mouth. It's rumored that a demon named Yi Fei has appeared among this year's peerless geniuses. He can kill an ancient god. Now that we're all here, where is that demon? Could it be that you're scared? Are you afraid to fight? There is such a possibility. Yi Fei has offended a sanctuary sect. Even if the sanctuary is benevolent and doesn't pursue the matter, this person will probably become a target of scorn in the future. He won't dare to appear again. Although Jia Luo was a woman, she was also very arrogant. She was very disdainful of Yi Fei, who is currently in the limelight. She believed that Yi Fei's fame was only due to luck. Only the residents of Shanghai blinked their eyes obediently when they saw the young man walking towards them. The little beast Wang Jeeb, who was standing next to Shi Jiucheng, showed a strong killing intent when he saw this young man. He said coldly, "Should I call you Yi Fei or Wu Ping?" "What? Wu Ping is Devil Yi?" This news shocked the Wu family elders once again. They looked at the ordinary youth in disbelief. However, as the youth walked towards the god execution stage, his body became taller and taller, and his aura became more and more vigorous. Heaven, the battle of the prides, had begun. The entire heaven domain was watching. Yi Fei no longer had to worry about exposing himself and attracting the attention of the ancient gods. He also didn't have to worry that the sanctuary sects would attack him for no reason. Thus, he removed the effects of the Thousand Mirage pill and returned to his original appearance. Again, this time, the person who appeared in front of everyone was no longer the ordinary and cowardly youth. Instead, he was a peerless prodigy with soaring battle intent. The human emperor of the Earth domain. It's really Yi Fei. It's really that demon. Wu Ping is that demon. Wu Ping exclaimed. The father and son witnessed the shocking transformation of Yi Fei's body with their own eyes. Wu Shang's body suddenly became crooked, and he looked much older than when his cultivation had been crippled. Wu Chao hated Wu Ping. However, when he discovered that Wu Ping was Devil Yi, who was famous in the Great Void and could kill the ancient gods, the hatred in Wu Chao's heart was replaced by endless fear. Clang! When Yi Fei appeared, the figure of an extremely powerful ancient god suddenly appeared at the highest point of the god execution stage. This ancient god's gaze was as sharp as a knife. It suddenly looked past the prodigies and landed on Yi Fei. You are the Yi Fei, Devil Yi? Very good. I have been waiting for you for a long time. The sanctuary is merciful and will let you go. I hope that you will not disappoint your master, and even more so, don't disappoint me. The battle of prodigies begins now. Since there are 11 of you, the sanctuary will naturally allocate 11 god execution stages. You only have to defeat the guardian of the god execution stage to pass the first round of the test. However, the sanctuary has a rule on the god execution stage. Once you step on it, only one person can survive. Therefore, to prevent you from running away, I will personally watch over you. If anyone runs away after stepping on the stage, I will personally destroy him. Rumble. As this ancient god spoke, he had already made his move. He pointed at the void, and 11 blood-red stages appeared in the void. On each stage stood a young expert with a powerful aura. Moreover, these young men all had rank 12 bloodline divine flames burning on their bodies. Many ancient martial art practitioners could not help but exclaim, "Peerless prodigies!" All of them are peerless prodigies, as expected of the sanctuary sex. Many of the older generation experts exclaimed. They were all elders from the powerful ancient clans, ancient countries, and even the 9 major sects. However, even so, the forces they belonged to would often need hundreds of years or even hundreds of years to nurture a peerless prodigy. However, the sanctuary sects could casually produce 9 peerless prodigies. This was the difference between an ordinary sect and a sanctuary sect. In an ordinary sect, peerless prodigies were extremely rare. However, in a sanctuary sect, they were very common. In front of the god execution stage, Yi Fei was also slightly shocked. He had originally thought that the battle of the prodigies this time would be a battle between the new and old prodigies. However, he had not expected that it would be a battle between the local peerless prodigies of the sanctuary sects and the outer sect peerless prodigies of the sanctuary sections. In the beast mark space, Xiao Chao was biting on a candied hawthorn and curiously sizing up the peerless prodigies. Suddenly, Xiao Chao seemed to have noticed something. He pointed in a direction and saw a young man wearing a dragon mask standing on the stage. Originally, this person did not attract Yi Fei's attention. However, as Xiao Chao sensed it, the dragon turtle's nervous voice suddenly sounded in his mind. Zhang Wangu. Boom. Chapter 2809. Although Zhang Wangu was wearing a mask, no one would believe him even if he told them that he was Zhang Wangu. Battle on the stage. Zhang Wangu seemed to have felt Yi Fei's gaze. A cold light flashed in his eyes as he suddenly pointed at Yi Fei. Demon Yi, I have long heard that you are arrogant and arrogant. You have repeatedly disrespected my sanctuary. Now, do you dare to come up to the stage and fight with me? Zhang Wangu's voice was hoarse, cold, and carried an indescribable, evil aura. His words attracted many people's attention to Yi Fei again. Sage the ancient realm god's gaze also landed on Yi Fei coldly. Since my disciple has spoken, Yi Fei, you shall step onto the 10th battle stage. This is a battle stage that I've personally chosen for you. The ancient realm god's tone carried a hint of mockery. His words made many people cast sympathetic gazes at Yi Fei. After all, everyone knew about the grudge between Yi Fei and the sacred domain. Although Chu Kuangren had joined the sacred domain as compensation, it was clear that there were still people in the sacred domain who wanted Yi Fei's life. Therefore, that was why the Sky Pride battle was held on the ancient God Blood Battle's God-slaying stage. Moreover, the sacred domain ancient god had personally chosen the battle stage for Yi Fei. No matter how one looked at it, it was a dead end. Shao the Beast King, Jeeb, even looked at Yi Fei with a mocking gaze. Demon Yi, you only dare to be violent in the Greater Void. Unfortunately, this isn't the Greater Void. Our Heavenly Emperor's divine abilities aren't sealed either. Do you dare to step onto the god-slaying stage now? Indeed, anyone with a discerning eye could see that the sacred domain ancient god had purposely chosen the battle stage for Yi Fei. It was obvious that he wanted to force Yi Fei to step onto the god-slaying stage and die. Moreover, it was rumored that Yi Fei had been able to sweep through the prodigies of the Great Void and kill the ancient gods, not because of his own strength, but because he had colluded with the golden vermilion bird. However, that was the Great Void, and this was the god execution stage. One could not use the Celestial Emperor's decree, and could only rely on one's own abilities to fight in the ancient god battlefield. Could this demon lord Yi continue to create the glory he had in the land of the Great Void? Yi Fei, did he dare to step onto this god execution stage that was destined for certain death? Dong! Li Fei used his own actions to give the most powerful answer. After hearing the ancient god's words, he was surprised to find out that the dragon-masked man on the battle platform was actually Zhang Wangu, who had betrayed his sect. Even if the ancient god didn't say anything, even if he knew that this god execution stage was a conspiracy against him, he still wouldn't be able to accept it. Li Fly without hesitation, only because the Dragon Ascension sect had shown him kindness, and he was a disciple of the Dragon Ascension sect. Jeeb, it's not that I don't dare to fight, it's just that I don't want to fight with a coward like you. Fei walked toward the battle platform step by step, and looked at the little King Jeeb mockingly. Your younger brother, Jia Gu, died in my hands. I only have one question for you. Do you dare to fight with me in advance to avenge your younger brother? Hua! The surroundings were in an uproar. News of Jia Gu's death had already spread throughout the holy city. Everyone had only heard that Jia Gu had died in a small family in the outskirts of the holy city. They had not expected that he had been killed by Yi Fei personally. Many people's gazes subconsciously looked towards the little King Jeeb on the god execution stage. Press. Logically speaking, the hatred of one's younger brother was irreconcilable. Although Jia Gu was not a good person and had done many bad things and had a bad reputation, he was still Jeeb's younger brother. In that case, Jeeb had enough reason to avenge Jia Gu. Yi Fei. Hearing those words, Jeeb was like a thoroughly enraged lion. He let out roars and roars. However, his feet did not move in the slightest. His face was filled with anger and humiliation. He had clearly concealed Jia Gu's death. Yet, Yi Fei had revealed it in front of everyone. This made it so that he could neither fight nor not fight. He was so embarrassed that he wanted to die. Unknowingly, he had been humiliated by Yi Fei and his reputation had been weakened. At this moment, a hand patted his shoulder. Lu Mohan's face was as cold as ice. He said coldly, "Why bother talking to a dying man? We'll walk the path of the living, and let him walk the path of the dead." After saying this, Lu Mohan had already stepped forward and walked towards the third battle platform. He did not look at Yi Fei again. It was not that Lu Mohan had forgotten about his hatred, but in Lu Mohan's opinion, since Yi Fei had killed the ancient god and offended the sanctuary sect, Yi Fei was already a dead man. These words also gave Jeeb a very good way to get out of this embarrassing situation. Jeeb immediately regained his composure and said arrogantly, "Yimo, it's not that I don't want to kill you to avenge my brother, but you are already a dead man. I, Jeeb, am too lazy to do anything to a dead man like you." After saying this, Jeeb walked towards the sixth battle platform. There was a skinny girl on the platform. She seemed to be the weakest one on the platform. Jeeb's choice made many people boo. Shanghai shook his head and said, "How can a man bully a weak girl? This Jeeb is just an undeserved reputation. Even if it's just a title, it doesn't change the fact that Jeeb is a peerless genius." Little sister Shang Luo, big sister Jia Luo, There are only 3 of us in this prodigy battle. Why don't we compete and see who could defeat their opponents first? Qing Wu's eyes flickered with intense flames as she looked at Shanghai and Jialuo provocatively. This attracted a lot of attention. After all, a battle between beauties was always very attractive. However, most people were still paying attention to 4 people. They were Chun Xiaoyao, Zhang Tianxing, Lu Mohan, and Feng Yun. These 4 people were widely recognized in the sacred city as the most promising candidates to become the champion and join the sacred domain's main bloodline. As for Yi Fei, due to the rumors that he was the weakest of the ancient gods, as well as the mocking attitude of the ancient gods, no one believed that Yi Fei would be able to defeat his opponent. In fact, whether or not he would even survive had become questioned. Zhao Yu, who was in the crowd, was nervous and worried as she watched Yi Fei step onto the platform alone. She clenched her fists so tightly that layers of sweat appeared on them. Zhang Lang, who was standing next to her, immediately sent her a message to comfort her. Zhao Yu, don't worry. Junior brother Yi is blessed by the heavens. Furthermore, his master is secretly looking after him. He'll be fine. Roar. An evil dragon's roar suddenly interrupted Zhang Lang's words. As Yi Fei approached the 10th battle platform, Zhang Wangu suddenly let out an evil dragon's roar. Yi Fei, demon Yi Fei, this day has finally come. Today, I will make you kneel before me in front of everyone. Then, I will write the word submit on your corpse. Chapter 28:10. Boom! Yi Fei's words shook the hearts of many people. At this moment, everyone recalled that there was only one person missing from the Heavenly Pride battle. That person was Zhang Wangu. While not only that, it was rumored that Zhang Wangu and Yi Fei didn't get along. After the Great War of the Great Void ended, Zhang Wangu had already disappeared. Could it be that the person on the 10th platform was none other than Zhang Wangu? Listen, when Sect Master Zhang Lang said those words, his eyes turned incomparably cold. Although the Rising Dragon sect was extremely protective of their disciples, they would also severely punish those who committed heinous crimes or even betrayed the sect. Roar! On the battle platform, Zhang Wangu didn't say anything. Instead, a terrifying divine dragon aura appeared on his body. This aura formed an invisible domain. Anyone who stepped into it would be greatly suppressed. The moment Yi Fei stepped onto the battle platform, he suddenly felt as if a heavy mountain was pressing down on him. Then after that, numerous terrifying dragon seals with divine dragon talismans flew towards Yi Fei. Yi Fei's expression turned serious. Here, the current Zhang Wangu was even more dangerous and evil than when he was in the Great Void battle. Divine dragons were supposed to be holy spirits. However, the divine dragon aura that Zhang Wangu released was filled with endless evil. Clang! Sensing this evil, the dragon turtle couldn't help but roar in the beast seal space. Suddenly, it activated the imperial weapon art and turned into a black walk that landed in Yi Fei's hands. Kill! Yi Fei grabbed the black walk and fiercely slapped it out. The divine dragon talismans that filled the sky were suddenly smashed to pieces. However, the strange thing was that the talismans of these fortresses quickly reformed and transformed into countless small blood-red dragons. They bared their fangs and brandished their claws. They let out mournful and evil roars as they pounced on Yi Fei and bit him. Clang! Clang! The black walk that the dragon turtle had turned into was swung to its limit. However, no matter how hard Yi Fei smashed it, those blood-red dragons were like unkillable zombie dragons. Their broken bodies quickly reformed, and they continued to attack. What kind of ability is this? I don't remember Zhang Wangu's divine dragon having such an ability. Yi Fei frowned. This wasn't the first time he had fought Zhang Wangu. In the back in the Great Void, he had fought Zhang Wangu head-on. At that time, Zhang Wangu's divine dragon had evolved into divine dragon gauntlets. Zhang Wangu was Zhang Wangu. This feeling was like being haunted by a vengeful spirit. Of roar. The roar came from Zhang Wangu's mouth. At the same time, dragon scales, claws, and horns appeared on Zhang Wangu's body. In an instant, Zhang Wangu turned into a violent dragon man. His dragon claws carried an eerie and evil aura. Suddenly, Zhang Wangu used the Rising Dragon Fist that Yi Fei was very familiar with. But the Rising Dragon Fist was upright and upright. Zhang Wangu's fist was eerie. It should be called the Ghost Dragon Fist. That would be more appropriate. Yi Fei's expression turned grave. He took a deep breath and suddenly stepped forward. The entire fighting ring couldn't withstand the force and began to shake violently. Then, countless rays of sword light condensed into a dazzling purple-gold Tai Chi sword pattern and blasted forward. "Break! Yi Fei, you must die today!" Zhang Wangu bellowed. His Rising Dragon Fist became more and more eerie. It formed a black dragon mark in the air. Boom! The air exploded instantly. So did Yi Fei's Tai Chi sword pattern. Yi Fei's eyelids twitched violently. The Sky Emperor's superpower. Zhang Wang had used the Rising Dragon Fist, which was originally a Great Void superpower, to unleash a power comparable to the Sky Emperor's superpower. How is this possible? Why? He knew that Yi Fei had mastered the ultimate fist technique of the Rising Dragon Fist, the Sacred Dragon Fist. If Zhang Wangu wanted to unleash the Sky Emperor's superpower, he should have used the Sacred Dragon Fist. However, the strange thing was that Zhang Wangu had forcefully used the Great Void superpower to unleash a terrifying power that was comparable to a Heavenly Emperor's superpower. This power made Zhang Lang, who was in the crowd, turn pale. However, before Zhang Lang could say anything again, it was a terrifying and evil dragon roar. Zhang Wangu had used the seal of life and death that Yi Fei was very familiar with. Moreover, it was only half of the seal of life and death. The strongest power of such a seal was only at the peak of the Great Void stage. However, when it was displayed by Zhang Wangu, this incomplete seal of life and death strangely erupted with a terrifying power that was comparable to the divine powers of a celestial emperor. This is not good. Zhang Wangu seems to have an evil technique. He can make all Great Void superpowers unleash a power comparable to the Sky Emperor's superpower. Kill. The Sky Emperor's regrets. The light was like the scorching sun shining in the clear sky, like a divine sword cutting through the galaxy. It was filled with endless sorrow and regret. This was the Sky Emperor's regrets. It was also the strongest sword Dao superpower that Yi Fei had mastered. At this moment, after discovering Zhang Wangu's strangeness, Yi Fei decisively used this superpower and successfully shattered all the divine dragon talismans around him. But Zhang Wangu's face showed a cold and evil smile. He stared at Yi Fei with an evil gaze. "Yi Fei, I admit that your sword is very strong. But it's a pity that you no longer have the chance to rise. I'm going to destroy your body. More importantly, I'm going to devour your spirit. Have a good taste of the strongest attack that I've prepared for you." Ghostly dragon swallows the sun. Another even more terrifying dragon roar came from Zhang Wangu's sky palace. It was actually a ghost dragon made of white bones. It let out a hateful and painful roar. Then, a huge mouth rushed out from the depths of the sky palace. It ignored the ghost dragon's roar and mercilessly swallowed the ghost dragon, from its tail to its head, bite by bite. As the ghostly dragon was devoured, the mask on Zhang Wangu's face finally collapsed, revealing a hideous face full of dragon scales and veins. This was Zhang Wangu's face. All the elders of the Rising Dragon sect present were shocked. Never in their wildest dreams would they have thought that the one who wanted to kill Yi Fei on the stage would be Zhang Wangu. Look, seeing this, Sect Master Zhang Lang's killing intent and fury surged like a tsunami. "Zhang Wangu, you deserve to die. You actually reverse cultivated the Imperial weapon arts and swallowed your battle pet dragon." What? Zhang Wangu swallowed his dragon? On the stage, Yi Fei was also shocked by this news. One had to know that the Rising Dragon sect philosophy wasn't to enslave dragons. Instead, it was to seek coexistence with dragons. Battle pets were the closest and most trustworthy battle partners of the Rising Dragon sect. They could entrust their lives to each other. Chapter 28:11. On the stage, the ghost dragon was roaring. That was not a real ghost dragon, but Zhang Wangu's soul. After devouring his dragon pet, his soul had become a real ghost dragon. Yi Fei, this is the last resort I have prepared for you. Back in the Great Void stage, you humiliated me because you broke the seal in advance. Today, I will return the humiliation to you 10 times, no, 100 times over. Kill, kill, kill. Ghost Dragon swallows the sky. Zhang Wangu's entire divine soul let out an eerie and terrifying roar. Yi Fei saw that the sword light formed by his heavenly emperor's regrets was actually grabbed by Zhang Wangu's twisted and ferocious ghostly dragon claw and crushed to pieces. Roar! Void ghosts howled in the air as if dragons were weeping. Zhang Wangu unleashed the rising dragon fist. This fist technique was even more demonic than before, and countless blood dragons and vengeful spirits appeared. The spirits shook the void, and talismans filled the air. Clang! Yi Fei felt his scalp go numb when he saw the sky full of vengeful spirits and ghost dragons, even though he had been through countless bloodbaths. At this moment, he finally understood why the dragon turtle was so furious when it saw Zhang Wangu. Zhang Wangu, I didn't expect that you would not only betray your faction, but also kill the battle pet that has gone through thick and thin with you. You don't deserve to be a human being. You're worse than an animal. The dragon roared. The holy dragon came out of the mountain. Yi Fei, the sword glow dissipated from Yi Fei's body. His fist smashed the void in front of him and formed a huge dragon claw. In an instant, the dragon claw shattered the void where Zhang Wangu was. However, an evil dragon roared in the void. Yi Fei, you are too soft-hearted. Those who want to achieve great things should stop at nothing. It's just a battle pet. Since it won't betray the faction with me, I will eat it. What's wrong with that? Not only that dragon, but even you I want to devour in one gulp. Roar. In the shattered void, a terrifying fist aura blasted out. It actually formed an evil ghost dragon claw and ruthlessly collided with Yi Fei's sacred dragon claw. Yi Fei felt his body shaking, and he was forced to step back. He was horrified. He roared, and suddenly, his bloodline flame was burning. His 12th rank bloodline was burning to the limit, making Yi Fei's holy dragon fist even more powerful and ferocious. As the dragon aura grew stronger, Yi Fei's arms were entwined with 2 dragons. They roared and collided with Zhang Wangu's ghost dragon claw again. But Zhang Wangu didn't move at all, and a mocking smile appeared on his face. Do you think you could defeat me a second time with the same fist technique? Yimo, today I will let you know what a true peerless genius is like. The gap between you and me is like the gap between heaven and earth. Kneel down now. Roar, roar, roar. 3 dragon roars erupted from Zhang Wangu's body. With one roar, Zhang Wangu's body suddenly expanded, and he transformed from a human into a ghost dragon. With the second dragon roar, Zhang Wangu's body was burning with a bloodline flame, which also increased the power of his rising dragon fist. The third dragon roar was even more terrifying. Zhang Wangu's ghost dragon roar could seal the void. This was a spatial ability similar to the sacred dragon's eyes, but it was not as powerful. After all, the sacred dragon's eyes could freeze the opponent and the void, making them unable to move. On the other hand, the ghost dragon roar could only restrict the opponent to a part of the void, and they would not be able to escape for a short period of time. No! Gui Yifei's heart skipped a beat. He realized that he couldn't use any spatial mystic abilities in this sealed void. On the other hand, Zhang Wangu had gained greater speed and offensive power in this void. Yi Fei was forced to face him head-on and fight to the end. Yi Fei's expression suddenly turned serious and gloomy. Zhang Wangu is the tool that the Sacred Domain sects are using to kill me. But I can't lose. He would not allow himself to be defeated by such a beast. Kill. Whoosh. Whistling sword chi, like a raging fire and stars, exploded from Yi Fei's body once again. He held his sword in one hand and used the Heavenly Emperor's regrets, while he punched out with his other hand and used the Sacred Dragon Fist. In the blink of an eye, the entire battle platform was filled with terrifying dragon seals and dazzling sword lights. However, amidst all this, a ghost dragon let out a sinister, mocking laugh. "EMO, it's no use. The difference between us Sacred Realm geniuses and you self-cultivated country bumpkins is too great. This final blow will send you to the afterlife." Boom! Rumble. None the ghost dragon talismans turned into a fist aura and smashed down from Zhang Wangu's hand. Yi Fei's sword lights and dragon seals were all shattered by the ghost dragon talismans. His expression was also filled with deep shock. 30% of the Heavenly Emperor's power. That's right, 30% of the Heavenly Emperor's power. Zhang Wangu said arrogantly. Yes, he knew that ordinary divine lords could only use 10% of the Heavenly Emperor's power, even if they learned it. However, exceptional prodigies could ignite their bloodline and raise their power to 20%. Zhang Wangu could actually raise his power to 30% of the Heavenly Emperor's power by cultivating an evil technique. It was no wonder that Zhang Wangu was so confident that he could kill Yi Fei. Fan the martialists who saw this scene all paled. In the crowd, Zhao Yu's eyes had already turned red. He clenched his fists so tightly that dark red blood was flowing out. Sect Master Zhang Lang was also extremely nervous and furious. Zhang Wangu had already betrayed the sect. If he killed Yi Fei as a traitor, it would definitely be an extremely serious blow to the Rising Dragon sect. However, there was no other way. The ancient god of the sacred domain was staring coldly at Yi Fei from the sky above the god execution stage. The moment Yi Fei had any intention of leaving the battle stage and escaping, the ancient god would definitely not hesitate to personally take action and kill Yi Fei. If Yi Fei continued to stay on the battle stage, he would have to face Zhang Wangu's fatal blow. Whether he advanced or retreated, it would all lead to a dead end. At this moment, many people sighed. When Yi Fei killed the ancient god and became famous in the Great Void, many powers and ancient gods could not sleep at night. However, after such a short period of time, the Sacred Domain sect could casually move its little finger and kill this demon Lord Yi. There was no way for him to rise again. The prodigy of a generation has come to an end. Yi Fei, have you ever regretted offending me, Zhang Wangu, and offending the Sacred Domain sect? Zhang Wangu's tone was filled with mockery as he released a fatal blow with his invincible ghostly body. He wanted Yi Fei to die with this blow. However, at this moment of life and death, Yi Fei laughed. Zhang Wangu, is this what you obtained after betraying your sect in the Sacred Domain? I have to say that you are really weak. Boom! A strange stone door suddenly appeared behind Yi Fei. Within the stone door, boundless Tao light surged out and condensed into a special divine sword. After that, Yi Fei roared furiously as he raised his sword and slashed the dragon. Entire. There was an extremely terrifying explosion in the void of the battle platform. Even the ground of the god execution stage where Yi Fei was standing on had terrifying cracks, causing countless exclamations of shock and astonishment. 1. Chapter 28:12. Rumble. As Yi Fei's sword light swayed, Zhang Wangu, who was under the sword light, felt a sharp pain in his ghostly dragon claw. Then, a divine sword, carrying the Sky Emperor's remorse, pierced through his ghostly dragon claw and slashed viciously at Zhang Wangu's ghostly dragon claw. Zhang Wangu's ghostly dragon claw was instantly smashed to smithereens. Roar! The pain in his tail made Zhang Wangu howl crazily and painfully. Fear flashed across his eyes. Tao Heart. You actually comprehended the Tao Heart. What a pity. My Tao Heart was originally prepared to kill a true powerhouse. Who would have thought that the first time it would be wasted in the hands of a beast like you? Yi Fei shook his head and sighed. The sword light in his hand erupted once again. With the enhancement of the Tao heart, Yi Fei's heavenly emperor's regrets became even more terrifying. Although it was also 30% of the heavenly emperor's mystique's power, the difference between having a Tao heart and not having one was like heaven and earth. No, Zhang Wangu, who had a Tao heart, could only use 30% of the Sky Emperor's mystique's power with his evil techniques. On the other hand, Yi Fei could use his Tao heart to unleash 30% of the Sky Emperor's mystique's power. Therefore, Yi Fei was able to cut off Zhang Wangu's ghostly dragon claw with one strike. At the same time, he slashed out with his sword again. Zhang Wangu screamed again. He was horrified to see that one of his ghostly dragon claw had been cut off. The huge injury finally made it impossible for Zhang Wangu to maintain his ghostly dragon form. He screamed in horror. Deep fear filled his heart. He didn't even dare to continue fighting with Yi Fei. He actually fled the battle platform with his broken legs and arms. Master, save me, save me. Trash. In the void above the god-slaying stage, the ancient god of the holy domain, who was supervising the battle, was immediately enraged. He did not expect that after grooming Zhang Wangu and using Zhang Wangu to kill Yi Fei, as well as humiliating Chu Kuangren and the Rising Dragon sect, who opposed him, this would be the outcome. No, after all, Zhang Wangu was his in-name disciple and was representing the sanctuary in this battle. The sanctuary ancient god did not want to see Zhang Wangu die just like that. He immediately waved his hand and coldly glanced at Yi Fei. This battle ends here. You may leave. Leave. When Zhang Wangu tried to kill me, did you ever think of asking him to leave? You said that only one person can survive on a battle platform. Now that I'm alive, Zhang Wangu must die. Yi Fei looked up at the sky. His feet did not stop moving, and his sword did not stop moving. Another terrifying sword ray slashed past, and Zhang Wangu, who was running for his life, was horrified to see that his last arm was also severed on the spot. Slash! The pain made his face contort, and the hatred made him look crazy. Yi Fei, I'm now Ancient God Duo's in-name disciple, and I've already left the battle platform. Do you dare to leave the battle platform to kill me? Ancient God, you're nothing. Killing you is as easy as slaughtering a dog. Under the watchful eyes of countless warriors in the holy city, Yi Fei abruptly raised his sword and stepped out of the battle platform. In an instant, he activated his spatial divine ability and rushed to Zhang Wangu's side, swinging his sword to kill him. None all the warriors were shocked. This demon Yi was truly as crazy as the rumors said. He clearly knew that the ancient gods of the sacred domain had a rule that no one was allowed to step out of the battle platform. He clearly knew that Zhang Wangu had already become a sacred domain ancient god's in-name disciple. None of this. Demon Yi still dared to step out of the battle platform and chase after Zhang Wangu. Ancient God Duo was no longer angry, but thoroughly enraged. Junior, you dare to attack and kill my disciple? Why wouldn't I dare? Those who offend my heavenly might will be killed, no matter how far away they are. None. Ignoring the threat of Ancient God Duo, Yi Fei raised his sword and attacked. The sword ray was like a dragon, and it was like a divine slash that shattered the sky and destroyed the earth. It also pierced through Zhang Wangu's body, causing his celestial palace and soul to explode. Afterwards, only his sinister head was left, and it was cut off by Yi Fei's sword. He then raised it high up and threw it at Ancient God Duo's feet. Zhang Wangu is already dead. The winner of this battle is me. One sword had beheaded Zhang Wangu. Raise. His head directly faced a sacred ancient god. Here Yi Fei was filled with boundless arrogance and domineering dominance. A man should raise a 3-foot sword to destroy his enemies and battle the 9 heavens. Not only had Yi Fei said it, but he had also done it right in front of the ancient gods. At that moment, as they looked at the black-robed youth who was as straight as a sword, countless young elites couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration. Ancient God Duo was so angry that his organs were about to explode when he saw Yi Fei's actions. Evil creature, demon, you first relied on a treasure to kill my junior brother in the great void. Now, you killed my disciple right in front of me. If I don't kill you today, where will my dignity go? Where will my sacred, ancient God's dignity go? Thick killing intent emanated from ancient God Uduo's body. However, before ancient God Uduo could make a move, another ancient god appeared in the void above the god execution stage. The ancient god was an old man. His clothes were plain white, and he had a benevolent appearance. However, the moment he stepped out from the void, he was filled with even more arrogance than Yi Fei, even colder arrogance. If you dare lay a finger on Yi Fei, I'll break every bone in your body. Roar. Upon hearing that, the eight-clawed demonic dragon beneath the old man let out a ferocious roar, as if it was eager for a battle. Ancient God Uduo's expression turned grim. Chu Kuangren, you've already sworn to leave the Rising Dragon sect and join the sacred ancient god. You no longer have any reason to meddle in the affairs of the outside world. How can there be no reason? This Yi Fei is my second personal disciple. I can ignore the Rising Dragon sect's matters, but if it's my disciple's matters, I'll do it even if it means risking my life. If you have the guts, I dare you to touch a strand of Yi Fei's hair. Chu Kuangren's white hair fluttered in the wind as he exuded an oppressive and arrogant aura. He was not afraid of heavenly might or supernatural beings, and he even seemed to look down on his opponent. Ancient God Uduo's face turned green as he roared, "You're protecting your disciple, so why can't I avenge my own disciple? Oomph, that disciple of yours is just an ungrateful piece of trash who betrayed the sect. It doesn't matter how many of them die, but this disciple of mine is my treasure. If anything happens to him, I'll make sure you die with him." Chu Kuangren was beyond arrogant. Facing an ancient god in the same realm as him, especially one from the sacred ancient god's main bloodline, he could scold him as he pleased. Ancient God Uduo was so angry that his face turned red, but there was nothing he could do. Although Chu Kuangren was an outer sect ancient god, his combat strength was even more terrifying than many ancient gods from the sacred ancient god's main bloodline. Therefore, when Chu Kuangren mentioned compensating Yi Fei with his body, not only did the sacred ancient gods' upper echelons agree, they even had the intention of recruiting Chu Kuangren into their main bloodline. Chapter 28:13. The ancient god's eyes were like torches as he coldly stared at Yi Fei. Yi Fei did not back down as he glared back at ancient God Uduo. He knew that this person was the senior brother of the ancient god he had killed. He was also the person who wanted to kill him the most in the Holy Realm sections. With murderous intent in his eyes, ancient god Uduo finally resisted the urge to attack Yi Fei. He said coldly, "Junior, I'll let you go this time on account of your honorable teacher. However, you've deliberately concealed the fact that you've comprehended a Taoist core and killed Zhang Wangu. Your intentions are unforgivable. To ensure the fairness of this battle, I hereby announce that the rules will be changed. From now on, all of you can only use your divine powers in battle and are not allowed to use your Taoist core." The Taoist core was the key to breaking through Rinzu. It was also a realm that many legendary sky prides found extremely difficult to comprehend. Once they did, even if they were not legendary sky prides, they would immediately possess unparalleled combat strength. Since ancient God Uduo had made up his mind to kill Yi Fei, he would not allow Yi Fei to use his Taoist core on the god-slaying stage. For this reason, he did not hesitate to publicly change the rules, yet he still made it sound so righteous. Yi Fei's heart was filled with anger, but a cold smile appeared on his face. Just as he was about to open his mouth to mock ancient God Uduo, Chu Kuangren's solemn voice rang in his ears. "Yi Fei, the matter of you killing an ancient god has caused a huge uproar in the Holy Realm. Although I've made up for your mistake by joining the Holy Realm with my body, the people in the Holy Realm still want to kill you. Therefore, if you don't use your Taoist core and take first place in this battle, you'll be able to stop these voices and shut Uduo's mouth, leaving him with nothing to say." However, if you don't have the confidence, I'll still do my best to help you deal with the Holy Realm. Chu Kuangren sounded very helpless when he said that. Yi Fei sighed in his heart as well. He was a smart person, and he could tell from Chu Kuangren's words that although Chu Kuangren had joined the sacred domain, the matter of him releasing the golden vermilion bird and killing the ancient gods of the sacred domain was not over yet. It seems like if I want to settle this once and for all, not only do I have to win first place in the genius battle, but I also have to use my absolute strength to make those who want to kill me speechless. Yi Qingyu thought to himself. Yi Fei quickly made up his mind and nodded at Chu Kuangren. Chu Kuangren's expression became complicated, but since this was Yi Fei's choice as his honorable master, it was not his place to stop him. It was Chu Kuangren who did not say anything else and once again disappeared into the void. He handed over the god-slaying stage to ancient god Uduo. A hint of suspicion and coldness flashed across the ancient god's eyes. He initially thought that Chu Kuangren would vehemently object to his sudden change of rules. He did not expect Chu Kuangren to leave without a word. Could it be that this old thing really has that much confidence in Yi Fei? But I'm the one in charge of the god-slaying stage this time. Besides, this demon lord Yi is merely a half-ancestor. Even if he has 3 heads and 6 arms, he won't be able to escape my control. Ancient god Uduo had already decided that he must kill Yi Fei in this genius battle. Otherwise, once Yi Fei made it through the genius battle alive, even he would have no excuse to continue targeting Yi Fei. Bias a sacred region sect, they also needed to maintain a certain level of dignity. High on the high god-slaying stage, ancient god Uduo did not speak anymore. Instead, he continued to coldly monitor the battles in the other battle stages. Yi Fei had also returned to the 10th battle stage and silently sat down. He recovered his depleted dark force while watching the battles in the other battle stages. Seeing that Yi Fei was able to survive such a hopeless situation, many people sighed and began to pay attention to the battles between the other legendary sky prides. It had to be said that the genius battle organized by the Sacred Region sects this time was definitely the battle that attracted the most attention in the entire Heaven Realm. Not to mention the 10 legendary sky prides from the Sacred Region. The other outer sect sky prides each had their own group of loyal supporters. Especially the battle stages where the sky prides from their own sects were fighting, the cheers were thunderous. Not only were many young people watching the battles cheering for the legendary sky prides that they supported, but many ancient God Realm elders were also cheering for the legendary sky prides that they supported. Many Rinzhu Realm and even ancient emperors of the older generation could not help but become excited. Their blood surged as if they had become dozens of years younger in an instant. Whoosh! Suddenly, the cheering crowd let out a sigh of shock and dismay. Yi Fei looked over curiously and realized that less than 15 minutes after he had killed Zhang Wangu, another legendary sky pride had been eliminated. Furthermore, this person was actually an old acquaintance. It was the legendary sky pride of the Divine Beast sect, Little Beast King Jeeb, who had repeatedly mocked him. Jeeb's plan was very good. First, he chose the weakest and the easiest girl to bully among the sky prides of the sacred region. He rushed up first and attacked her. Even if he could not win first, his chances of passing the battle would be greatly increased. Unfortunately, Jeeb's plan failed miserably. When he walked onto the battle stage, Jeeb realized that this girl was not weak at all. In fact, her combat strength was very terrifying. No matter how much strength Jeeb exerted, he could not get close to her. Xiang, on the contrary, in front of the girl's ghostly speed, Jeeb did not even have time to use the divine skill of the Divine Beast sect before he was slapped off the battle stage by the girl. A clear handprint appeared on his face. It was so eye-catching. Don't think that you can bully me just because I look weak. The thin girl stood with her hands behind her back. Her eyes were full of contempt for the legendary sky prides from the other sections. Ding! Hearing this, Jeeb was so angry that he vomited blood on the spot. But before he could speak, suddenly, another figure vomited blood crazily and was blasted off the battle stage. The one who was defeated this time was actually Shi Jiucheng from the Myriad Poison Sect. The Myriad Poison Sect, the Poison Sect, was good at refining poisons, which made people tremble in fear. When he was in the Great Void, Shi Jiucheng had once used his poison technique to secretly poison and kill Duan Mukai, the peerless genius of the ancient clan. This made him arrogant, and he looked down on the peerless geniuses of his generation. He thought that if he had the chance, he could even poison Chen Xiaoyao to death, let alone Demon Yi. This arrogance also made Shi Jiucheng suffer a great loss in the battle stage. That legendary sky prides of the sacred region had a divine skill that could devour poison to increase their combat strength. For Shi Jiucheng, without his poison skill, his combat strength was basically half gone. However, he gritted his teeth and held on until Jeeb was blasted off the battle stage. Only then did he suffer a serious injury and get blasted off the battle stage. I've played enough. If you drag it on, you trash from the other sects will really think that we're all trash like Zhang Wangu. Are you going to get off the battle stage yourself? Or do I have to kill you? Remember, get off the battle stage. On the battle stage, a young man in green armor kept attacking Gui Yi with a cold expression. Every time he attacked, the sky prides from the heaven-cleaving sect would vomit blood. If this continued, Gui Yi would be blasted to death. Gigi. Chapter 28:14. In the eyes of these sacred region geniuses, only those from the sacred region were the real, peerless geniuses. People like Shi Jiucheng could not be compared to them, even if they had rank 12 bloodline. Moreover, the reason why the sacred region held the battle of geniuses this time was not to recruit disciples from other sects into the main sect. It was more of a show. Therefore, after seeing that Zhang Wangu was killed by Yi Fei, these geniuses from the sacred region did not hold back anymore. Instead, they broke out into a real battle. They wanted to blast all the geniuses out of the fighting ring and show the strength of the sacred region sects. Kill! Another thunderous roar thundered out from the seventh platform. It was the supreme genius of the heaven-cleaving sect, Gui Yi. He executed his heaven-cleaving innate technique in an attempt to defend against his opponent's attack. However, his opponent's combat prowess was too terrifying. Even though they were both using the same Heaven Empyrean innate technique, Gui Yi was actually unable to defend against it. Blood sprayed in the air as Gui Yi was blasted out of the fighting ring. However, his opponent coldly said, "Trash." These words were like a slap to Gui Yi's face. It also made the faces of many warriors turn pale. Yi Fei's mood also became slightly heavy. The attitude of these geniuses from the sacred region made him worry about Shangluo. He quickly pulled himself together and looked for Shangluo. However, he saw that Shangluo was standing on the fighting ring without any intention to fight. Shangluo's opponent, a burly genius from the sacred region, had a strange expression on his face. He was either laughing or overjoyed. It's an illusory realm. The Xiannu sect's best illusory realm. Illusory realm was a special superpower. It did not consume dark force, but soul consciousness. The stronger the soul consciousness, the stronger the illusory realm. This was similar to the Grand Sorcerer's method. Shangluo herself had the constitution of a witch. Therefore, Shangluo's illusory realm was extremely strong. She actually relied on the illusory realm to control her opponent. Many warriors who were paying attention to Shangluo cheered for Shangluo. Yi Fei's face suddenly changed. He noticed that although his opponent was controlled by Shangluo's illusory realm could not harm his opponent. The two sides had entered a state of mutual exhaustion. However, this kind of exhaustion was very disadvantageous for Shangluo. After all, Shangluo's soul had been damaged, and she had only recently transformed into a legendary Heaven's Pride. Her opponent, on the other hand, was a legendary Heaven's Pride that had been carefully nurtured by Sacred Region sect. Whether it was superpower or foundation, his opponent was definitely more powerful than Shangluo's. If this stalemate continued, Once Shanglua's soul consciousness was exhausted, it would be the time for her opponent to launch a sharp counterattack. Ha! The girls from your blazing fire sect are really hot. Huaqing Wu, if you want to join my sacred region's main faction, why do you need to participate in the Heaven's Pride battle? Why don't you give yourself to me and become my woman? Naturally, you will join the main faction. Suddenly, a burst of wild laughter came from the second fighting ring. Seeing that his fellow disciples had begun to attack Huaqing Wu ruthlessly, this sacred region Heaven's Pride with a slightly evil charm also began to attack Huaqing Wu. However, his attacks were not aimed at defeating Huaqing Wu. Instead, they were aimed at her left and right. He deliberately did not attack Huaqing Wu's body, but only her clothes. Everything many warriors were shocked to see that Huaqing Wu, who had once been incomparably hot in the Great Void, was now in a sorry state. She was constantly retreating. Obviously, she wanted to withdraw from the fighting ring and take the initiative to admit defeat. However, the evil youth did not give her such a chance. He deliberately continued to attack and tear her clothes. Fire Qingwu was ashamed and angry. Her face was full of humiliation and anger. Finally, she seemed to have made up her mind. With tears in her eyes, she decisively abandoned the raging fire true body that she had cultivated and quickly withdrew from the fighting ring. Boom! 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 Just as Huaqing Wu withdrew from the fighting ring, Shanglua, who was not far away, suddenly rushed out of the fighting ring before his soul consciousness collapsed. This caused his opponent to roar angrily. Since he had stepped onto the fighting ring, he had been controlled by Shanglua's illusion. Although he was not injured, he had been greatly disturbed. How could he allow Shanglua to leave like this? Kill! At this moment, that person howled in rage as he stepped off the platform, intending to pursue Shang Luo. Shang Luo's countenance instantly paled. In order to trap her opponent, she had already exhausted all of her spiritual sense and had almost damaged her soul. If she were to be attacked now, there was a very high possibility that she would die on the spot. Am I going to die? Shang Luo's expression was gloomy, but there was no fear in his heart. He subconsciously turned his head and looked in the direction of one of the fighting rings. However, he saw that it was empty. Reverse instead, a person suddenly appeared beside her, grabbed her arm, and quickly retreated into the distance. Boom! The sturdy youth's attack fell on empty air. He could not help but be stunned. When he saw Yi Fei return to the fighting ring with Shanglua, he could not help but be surprised. However, when he thought of Yi Fei's means of killing ancient gods, he snorted coldly and returned to his fighting ring in a bad mood. Just as he returned, another figure was blasted out of the fighting ring like a kite with a broken string. This figure was the crown prince of Jiangsu country, Zhang Tianxing. And, even if he was a peerless genius of the previous generation, he still could not reverse his fate of defeat. After exchanging less than 30 moves, not only was he blasted out of the fighting ring, but his body had also exploded in the air and turned into ashes. He was also the first peerless heavens chosen from the outer sect to fall. The man who had killed Zhang Tianxing looked at Yi Fei with an extremely cold and provocative gaze. Once again, he repeated the words that everyone was incomparably familiar with. What peerless heavens chosen from the outer sect? If they're like this, then so are you. The man's finger pointed at Yi Fei. There was no doubt that he was provoking him. Yi Fei's expression was indifferent. He shook his head and said, "You don't have the final say on who is a peerless genius. Only they have the final say." As if in response to Yi Fei's words, another figure was blasted out of the fighting ring. However, this time, it was not a peerless genius of the outer sect, but a peerless genius of the sacred region. It's Chun Xiaoyao. Chun Xiaoyao has won. And Jia Luo. She has also defeated her opponent. Oh my god, and Feng Yun. Feng Yun actually defeated his opponent. The crowd was in an uproar. Many people could accept Chun Xiaoyao and Jia Luo's victories. After all, those two were publicly acknowledged as the strongest among the old and new geniuses. However, Feng Yun's victory was truly shocking. Even Yi Fei was shocked by Feng Yun's victory. If he remembered correctly, Feng Yun was still a loose cultivator who had not joined any sect. How had Feng Yun become so strong? Boom, boom, boom. Just as everyone was still in shock over Feng Yun's rise, cold air suddenly filled the air on the last fighting ring. A cold and emotionless Iceman walked out of the fighting ring. Beneath his feet was an Iceman. Ka, cha, hunt. Chapter 28:15. Lu Mohan's Pyrrhic victory also surprised Yi Fei. He had originally thought that his greatest opponent in this outstanding talent battle would be Lu Mohan. He had never expected that the strongest opponent he would face would be Feng Yun. Emperor Sky was not the only one surprised by this outcome. Even the other ancient gods on the god execution stage looked at Feng Yun with some surprise. However, Feng Yun was still calm and collected, as though it had nothing to do with him whether or not he was noticed by the ancient gods. It had to be said that Feng Yun was a very strange person. Originally, Yi Fei had killed Feng Heng in Qingzhou, so he should have become Feng Yun's mortal enemy the moment they met. However, Feng Yun was indifferent to the hatred between Yi Fei and Feng Yun Hall. It was as if it had nothing to do with him. Either Feng Yun is cold and doesn't care about family ties, or he is very shrewd. I have to be careful, Yi Fei thought to himself. Then, he felt the platform beneath his feet start to move. He wasn't the only one. The platforms beneath the victorious Chen Xiaoyao, Feng Yun, and Jia Luo also started to move. The seriously injured Lu Mohan also felt the platform beneath his feet moving quickly. Very quickly. Soon, the 5 platforms joined together to form an even larger pentagonal battle platform. Yi Fei, Feng Yun, Chen Xiaoyao, Jia Luo, and Lu Mohan were in 5 different positions. Su Ancient God, you duo's cold voice came from sky. Congratulations to all of you for passing the first round of the outstanding talent battle. However, the first round of battle can only prove your potential. It cannot prove that you are qualified to join the Sacred Region's main faction. Senior, may I ask what we need to do to join the main faction? Lu Mohan asked anxiously. He was the most seriously injured and the weakest among them. If he continued to fight, it would be very disadvantageous for him. As he spoke, Lu Mohan glanced at Yi Fei fearfully. Yi Fei's eyes also flashed coldly. He had a very deep grudge with Huang Tian. The earthly sovereign had even been destroyed by Huang Tian. The destruction of the primordial immortal tribe was vaguely related to Imperial Sky. If possible, Yi Fei would definitely not mind killing Lu Mohan personally to eliminate a potential threat in advance. As if seeing through Yi Fei's thoughts, Ancient God Yu Duo's eyes suddenly flashed with ridicule and mockery as he coldly said, Lu Mohan, you don't need to worry. This god is a fair person and naturally won't do anything unfair. The second round of the Genius battle will be a free-for-all. The 5 of you will fight in a free-for-all. The last person left behind can enter my Royal Sky sect to cultivate. Of course, if anyone can kill Yi Fei, I can consider taking them as my personal disciple. You Ancient God Yu Duo's words caused many martialists to go into an uproar. The elders of the Rising Dragon sect all cursed and expressed their dissatisfaction. Sect Master Zhang Lang's eyes flashed with a cold light. He was courageous and fearless even when facing an ancient god. Zhao Yu's hair began to fluctuate after hearing Ancient God Yu Duo's words. At the same time, an aura of ice and fire appeared, frightening many of the elders of the Rising Dragon sect. They discovered that Zhao Yu's aura was so terrifying that it actually showed faint signs of transforming into a peerless genius. On the battle stage, Yi Fei's expression instantly turned unsightly when he heard Ancient God Yu Duo's words. Everyone knew that he and Lu Mohan were enemies and that he wasn't Feng Yun's enemy. Even more, there was also Jia Luo. After hearing Ancient God Yu Duo's words, his eyes also brightened. In other words, Yi Fei was very likely to face the combined attacks of Jia Luo, Lu Mohan, and Feng Yun at the same time. In a situation where he couldn't use his Dao Heart, his defeat was almost certain. Immediately, many people looked at Yi Fei with eyes that had changed from reverence to sympathy. Dispel Lu Mohan, who had been the most exhausted, began to howl with laughter. Ha ha, Yi Fei, you definitely didn't expect this day to come, did you? So what if you killed Zhang Wangu? So what if you killed an ancient god? On the prodigy battle stage, you are still going to die. Moreover, you will die thoroughly and never be reincarnated. Die. Cold chi suddenly erupted as Lu Mohan ignored his injuries and charged at Yi Fei. The moment Lu Mohan attacked, Jia Luo's eyes turned cold, and he also attacked Yi Fei from the side. Clearly, ancient god Yu Duo's words had piqued the interest of Jia Luo, a prodigy of the older generation. At the moment, she naturally didn't mind killing Yi Fei in advance and having one less competitor. Yi Fei's mood completely sank. He suddenly looked at Feng Yun with a cold expression like a drifting cloud. No one could tell what he was thinking. Of course, Feng Yun also had no intention of attacking. However, the more Feng Yun acted like this, the more Yi Fei feared him. He made up his mind that he had to end this battle quickly. Otherwise, once Feng Yun attacked, he might really lose his chance. Fight! Seal of life and death. Suddenly, Yi Fei roared. He suddenly formed hand seals with both hands. Layers of hand seals turned into 24 heavens that rumbled towards Jia Luo and Lu Mohan. Yi Mo, how dare you underestimate me? Lu Mohan roared angrily. The sky was filled with ice, forming a boundless cold chi that sealed the ground and froze the space around Yi Fei. Jia Luo, Imperial Sky has always been on good terms with the ancient Moon Clan. Why don't we work together to eliminate this demon? Sure. Looking at the panting Lu Mohan, Jia Luo still felt that Yi Fei, who had a Dao heart, was the most dangerous. She decisively took advantage of the moment when Lu Mohan froze the ground to form the ancient moon god's light wheel. She rotated the void and attacked Yi Fei. Yi Fei suddenly felt the aura of death in his heart. However, he did not retreat. Instead, he released a myriad of emotions and used the seal of life and death to attack Lu Mohan. At the same time, his left eye suddenly exploded with a dazzling golden light. Saint Dragon's Eye, Eye of Space, activated instantly. Boom! Jia Luo, who had attacked, suddenly felt that her movements of waving her moon wheel had become sluggish. At the same time, the layers of seal of life and death turned into the heavens of death and attacked Jia Luo. Lu Mohan roared, Feng Yun, Qin Xiaoyao, what are you waiting for? Don't you understand that this Sky Pride battle is to eliminate this demon Yi Fei? Only by killing Yi Fei can we have a chance of joining the Holy Region's main branch. Boom! Wind Yin finally moved. Just as Yi Fei used the Eye of Space, a myriad of hurricanes and stormy clouds erupted from Feng Yun's body. At the same time, the terrifying sound of the storm came from the void. It was a terrifying hurricane that turned into wind blades that slashed towards Yi Fei, Lu Mohan, and Jia Luo at the same time. Clearly, Feng Yun did not just want to kill Yi Fei. His wind blades also saw Lu Mohan and Jia Luo as enemies. Feng Yun wanted to finish off Yi Fei and the other two in one blow. He was extremely confident. However, just as Feng Yun attacked, Qin Xiaoyao, who had been standing to the side all this time, also moved. He picked up his flute again and blew gently. The melodious sound of the flute was filled with a terrifying sound wave that suppressed the 9 heavens. This sound wave instantly enveloped Feng Yun, Yi Fei, Lu Mohan, and Jia Luo at the same time. Chapter 28:16. Boom! The attacks of these 5 prodigies shook the god-slaying platform violently. Lu Mohan, Jia Luo, Yi Fei, and Feng Yun all roared furiously at the same time. However, no one chose to retreat at this moment. Boom! Ice sky, snow covering heaven and earth. Lu Mohan stopped hiding. His seemingly tired body suddenly erupted with an unparalleled, terrifying power. This power wasn't his bloodline power, but a special mystique power. Evidently, Lu Mohan had activated some sort of royal sky mystic technique to suddenly explode with twice his previous strength. Thousands of icy lights gathered to form a terrifying blade that slashed towards Yi Fei. However, Yi Fei didn't even look at it. He was as still as a mountain, like an enraged Azura. Purple gold divine light blossomed from his body. At the same time, the seal of life and death in his hand was pushed to the limit. It turned into a real 24 heavens and blasted forward. In an instant, it blocked Lu Mohan's crazy blade and continued towards Jia Luo. Guanjia Luo roared furiously. Even though her body had been frozen by the eye of space, the divine moonlight wheel that she had formed earlier seemed to have a mind of its own and could automatically defend itself. In the blink of an eye, a bright moon halo appeared behind Jia Luo's head. The halo's range was still increasing. The dazzling light not only forced away the surrounding icy qi, but also blocked Yi Fei's 24 heavens of death. Boom! Just as the three of them were locked in a stalemate, Feng Yun's hurricane blade finally descended and blasted Yi Fei, Jia Luo, and Lu Mohan. Lu Mohan immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. Jia Luo's divine moonlight wheel also started to vibrate violently. Only Yi Fei's feet flickered with intense spatial light. He was about to use the spatial teleportation technique to dodge this terrifying hurricane. However, the melodious sound of a flute suddenly came from the void. The sound of the flute shook the 9 heavens. Chun Xiaoyao's white-robed flute shook the 9 heavens. A terrifying sound wave instantly shook the 9 heavens, forming a pressure that not only sealed the space, but also suppressed Yi Fei, Feng Yun, Jia Luo, and Lu Mohan at the same time. Kill! Wind Yun suddenly roared furiously. He was no longer as calm as before. Instead, he was like a god of the wind that had been enraged. He controlled an endless storm, resisting the suppression of the void, and continued to attack Yi, Jia Luo, and Lu Mohan. Kill! Boom boom. A sword mountain rose from the ground, carrying Yi Fei's body. It withstood the pressure and rose into the sky, forcibly avoiding Feng Yun's most powerful hurricane blade. That terrifying hurricane blade brushed past his body and slammed into Jia Luo. Jia Luo roared furiously. The full moon behind her head suddenly exploded at her will. The huge impact turned into a ribbon of moonlight. Not only did it block the hurricane blades, but it also cleverly pushed her frozen body back a few meters. Even so, under the triple pressure of Chun Xiaoyao, Feng Yun, and Yi Fei, this powerful female prodigy of the previous generation could not help but stain her clothes with blood. She was in a sorry state. However, the most depressed person wasn't Jia Luo, but Lu Mohan. While Yi Fei and Jia Luo had dodged the hurricane blade, the last person to block Feng Yun's attack had actually become Lu Mohan. When he realized this, the alliance leader of the Han Alliance was so angry that he spat out a mouthful of blood. He could only go all out and unleash all his cultivation to resist the hurricane blade. No, needless to say, Lu Mohan's combat strength was extremely terrifying. Even when he was at an absolute disadvantage, he still relied on his full strength to successfully resist Feng Yun's hurricane blade. However, before Lu Mohan could relax, a loud sound rang out. A loud bang resounded. Chun Xiaoyao's flute cut through the air, bringing with it boundless void energy. It had completely suppressed Yi Fei, Feng Yun, and Jia Luo. They all felt a terrifying sound wave attack them. Lu Mohan, who had used up all of his strength, let out a blood-curdling shriek. His body swayed from the impact of the sound wave, and he fell out of the fighting ring. The Imperial Sky Elders who were watching the fight nearby were dumbfounded and stunned. No one had expected that Lu Mohan, whom they had placed high hopes on, would be the first person to be eliminated. When Lu Mohan realized this, the veins on his forehead bulged. He felt dizzy and almost fainted from anger. However, at this moment, no one was paying attention to Lu Mohan, the loser, other than the Imperial Sky Elders and the Han Alliance, who sighed regretfully. Everyone else was staring at the figures fighting on the fighting platform. Of course, the one who received the most attention was Yi Fei. By ancient god Uduo had personally said that whoever could kill Yi Fei would become an ancient god's direct disciple. This was equivalent to joining the Holy Region's main faction unconditionally. However, ancient god Uduo's words did not seem to have any effect. This was because after Lu Mohan was knocked out of the fighting platform, Chun Xiaoyao was still strong. He continued to use his flute to suppress the other three people. Feng Yan sneered. The whistling hurricane blocked Chun Xiaoyao's attacks, while continuing to attack Yi Fei and Jia Luo. Furthermore, most of the attacks landed on Yi Fei. Yi Fei's expression immediately turned serious. However, he did not retreat. The stronger his opponent, the stronger his will to fight. The flames of battle burned fiercely from his body. Suddenly, Yi Fei punched out with one hand and used the sacred dragon fist. His other hand formed a seal and formed a huge seal of life and death. Layer after layer of seals blasted out and smashed towards the immobile Jia Luo. Jia Luo's face instantly turned pale. When she came to the holy city, she had never imagined that she would face such an outcome. She was actually beaten to the point where she could not fight back. What made Jia Luo even more intolerable was that whether it was Yi Fei, Feng Yun, or the most famous Chun Xiaoyao, none of them had the slightest intention of showing any mercy to her. Instead, they were all ruthless. Chun Xiaoyao's flute music had been suppressing her. Feng Yun's hurricane also had a considerable amount of power affecting her. In the end, when Yi Fei's seal of life and death came crashing down, Jia Luo felt a sharp pain in her chest. She was like a kite with a broken string as she was blasted out of the fighting platform. She looked at Yi Fei as if she wanted to eat him alive. Because most of his attention was focused on blocking Chun Xiaoyao and Feng Yun's attacks, Yi Fei did not notice which part of Jia Luo's body his attack had landed. It was only when Yi Fei's palm came into contact with something soft that he wanted to pull back. However, it was too late. At the fighting platform, everyone present had once again witnessed Demon Ye's reputation for ruthlessly destroying flowers. Bam! Chapter 28:17. Boom, boom, boom. A few times at the same time, Yi Fei, Feng Yun, and Chun Xiaoyao's divine powers landed on each other. Yi Fei, in particular, was busy attacking Lu Mohan and Jia Luo, so he did not have enough power to attack Feng Yun. Now that Feng Yun was attacking him with all his might, his body did not move, but his feet were forced to retreat uncontrollably. At this moment, Chun Xiaoyao's attack suddenly landed on Feng Yun's body. Feng Yun's expression changed slightly, but he didn't show any mercy. While resisting Chun Xiaoyao's star-plucking palm, he once again unleashed the power of a hurricane, continuously bombarding Chun Xiaoyao. It felt as though he was facing a hurricane, and the power of the hurricane was constantly increasing. Kill! A hint of coldness and murderous intent finally appeared in Fei's eyes. He knew that if this were to continue, he would definitely be the first one to be eliminated while facing Feng Yun and Chun Xiaoyao's divine abilities at the same time. Once he was eliminated, even if his honorable master Chu Quanren was there to deal with him, the ancient gods of the Holy Domain sects would never let him go. If I want to live, there's only one way, and that's to win. I want to win. Boom. A raging inferno burned on Yi Fei's body. It was not the divine bloodline flame, but the vermilion bird's flame. Amidst the raging inferno, a flaming vermilion bird let out a roar and appeared behind Yi Fei. At that moment, Yi Fei felt like he had transformed into a golden vermilion bird. He unleashed the vermilion bird secret technique and formed the vermilion bird true body. Instantly, his bloodline broke through the limit of a rank 12 bloodline and entered an unimaginable level. At this level, Yi Fei's sacred dragon fist became even more terrifying. Originally, Yi Fei could only unleash 20% of this fist technique's power. Now, with the enhancement of the vermilion bird true body, his heavenly emperor's divine aura increased to 30%. At this 30% of the emperor's might was enough to force Yi Fei's body to stop at the edge of the platform. An even more terrifying dragon's roar could be heard from his body as he unleashed an even more terrifying sacred dragon fist, attacking the wind and clouds in the opposite direction. Battle outside the stage. All the martial artists who saw this scene were in an uproar. Originally, many people thought that after Lu Mohan and Jia Luo were eliminated, the third person to be eliminated would definitely be Yi Fei. But Yi Fei had used his own battle prowess to prove himself. It was also the first time that the Vermilion Bird True Body, which possessed a bloodline that surpassed the 12th grade, unleashed the terrifying power of the Vermilion Bird's secret technique in front of the world. The instant Yi Fei punched out with his fists, the surrounding winds and clouds exploded one after another, unable to withstand the might of the sacred dragon that filled the sky. At the same time, Chun Xiaoyao's star-picking hand also erupted with its strongest power. The flute cuts through the air, plucking stars from the void. This is the moment this invincible chosen of the Footloose sect made his move. He attracted the attention of countless onlookers. Many people were deeply shaken, and it was only now that they realized that there were differences in strength between the chosen of their generation. Without a doubt, Yi Fei, Chun Xiaoyao, and Feng Yin were the strongest group of people. However, the entire void shook violently as Yi Fei and Chun Xiaoyao's attacks landed on Feng Yin's body at the same time. No matter how strong Feng Yin was, he couldn't control his body and frantically retreated to the edge of the stage. Seeing that Feng Yin was about to be blasted out of the stage by Yi Fei and Chun Xiaoyao's unintentional joint attack, Feng Yin's indifferent expression revealed a trace of intense fury for the first time. He raised his head and let out a demonic roar. Boundless clouds gathered behind him, forming a god of clouds that had completely ignited his bloodline. Yi Fei was shocked to see that Feng Yin had also mastered a secret technique that could break through the limits of his bloodline. His Heavenly Emperor's superpower was even stronger. Not only did it block the attack of the Sacred Dragon Fist, but it also turned around and slashed at Chun Xiaoyao's body with a hurricane blade. Chun Xiaoyao's expression changed. Suddenly, the horizontal flute in his hand lengthened in the wind and turned into a terrifying divine spear. Chun Xiaoyao's hair fluttered in the wind, and his white robe was like armor. He raised his spear and roared. The whistling spear radiance shattered the void and shook the heavens and the earth. With one strike, he shattered the hurricane blade that was slashing at him. Yi Fei was shocked to see that behind Chun Xiaoyao, there was also a blurry shadow that appeared like an immortal king. On the stage, the three supreme talents all had the combat strength of a 12th grade bloodline. Boom! Clang! Upon realizing this, all the spectating martial artists were stunned, including the supreme geniuses of the sacred domain and many ancient gods. All of them stared at the stage in shock. No, needless to say, there were too many surprises in this genius battle. First, there was the death of Zhang Wangu and Zhang Tianxing. Then, there was the rise of Yi Fei and Feng Yin. Then, there was the simultaneous breakthrough of Chun Xiaoyao, Feng Yin, and Yi Fei's combat strength. Seeing this, the defeated Ji, Gui Yi, and Hu Qingwu were all dejected. Lu Mohan and Jia Luo were filled with deep frustration. Shang Luo stared at Yi Fei, so nervous that he could not breathe. On the stage, the atmosphere between the three of them was so heavy that it was suffocating. Yi Fei's expression changed. Chun Xiaoyao's expression changed. Feng Yin's expression also changed. After discovering that each of them had the combat strength of a bloodline, none of them dared to make the first move, because once they made the first move, they might be besieged by their opponents and be defeated. However, if they did not attack, it was not a good idea to stay in a stalemate. This was especially true for Yi Fei. This genius battle was very important to him. The silence lasted only a dozen breaths. Yi Fei took a step forward and said coldly, "How do you want to fight? Quickly decide. Whether it's a free-for-all or an alliance, I will accept it." Feng Yin's expression was indifferent. "If I want to kill you, I will use my own strength and not the strength of others." Chen Xiaoyao said. Xiaoyao also said, I have no enmity with any of you. Why should I join forces with others to deal with one of you? Moreover, at our level, we are invincible in the same realm. Now that the three of us have encountered each other, why not have a good fight? All right, then the three of us will attack each other until only one of us is left. How about that? Feng Yun's body suddenly exploded with a strong battle intent. This was very different from his previous calm and collected demeanor. Yi Fei's heart trembled. He knew that Feng Yun and Chen Xiaoyao were arrogant people who pursued martial arts wholeheartedly. They would not bother to join forces to deal with him. Since that was the case, there was no reason for him to hesitate. He nodded coldly and said, All right, since you want to fight, I will fight. Kill. A whistling hurricane shook the void. Just as Yi Fei finished speaking, Feng Yun, who was standing at the side, had already slashed out a hurricane blade towards Yi Fei. Kill. Yi. At the same time, Chen Xiaoyao roared once again. His flute broke through the void and transformed into a terrifying divine spear. His divine spear was peerless. The terrifying spear not only shrouded the void, but also the wind and clouds. Kill. Yi. Chapter 28:18. Chen Xiaoyao's white clothes were like armor. As he attacked Feng Yun, invisible sound waves suddenly turned into a strange sound wave wall. It sealed the void and blocked Yi Fei's terrifying attack. Feng Yun also let out a thunderous roar. Behind him, the cloud giant had already walked out. Thousands of layers of clouds gathered and blasted out a gigantic palm. This palm suddenly grabbed onto Chen Xiaoyao's terrifying astral spear. The astral spear transformed into a divine saber that could tear apart the heavens and earth. This divine saber broke apart the void and slashed towards Yi Fei's body. Who? Then, another terrifying dragon roar came from behind Yi Fei. He had activated the Imperial Armament Art and borrowed the power of the dragon turtle. Boundless dragon power filled his body. Behind Yi Fei, behind the vermilion bird true body, an indomitable dragon turtle appeared. Blackie, lend me your power. Yi Fei roared. Suddenly, two illusory, ferocious dragon turtles wrapped around his arms. The power of the sacred dragon fist was unleashed by Yi Fei to the limit. It formed terrifying dragon claws that collided with Feng Yun's hurricane. Only a loud, rumbling sound shook the void and the entire battle platform. The sacred dragon fist successfully blocked the whistling hurricane. At the same time, the sword light in Yi Fei's hand became as bright as the stars. When the first attack missed, he attacked again. It was like a fiery meteor that blasted forward. Chen Xiaoyao, who was attacking Feng Yun, suddenly changed the divine spear in his hand. It was like a folded lightning bolt. In an instant, it stabbed out fiercely from front to back. This time, Chen Xiaoyao took the initiative to attack Yi Fei. Yi Fei defended himself. Boom! Crack! When Yi Fei's divine sword collided with Chen Xiaoyao's divine spear, a hurricane blade that could shatter the void suddenly came from behind Chen Xiaoyao. The blade light was like a butcher's knife that could kill gods and demons. It quickly slashed towards Chen Xiaoyao. Kill! Unable to take advantage of Chen Xiaoyao, Yi Fei's sword light paused abruptly. Then, he suddenly turned around and sent out 24 terrifying seals of life and death in Feng Yun's direction. These seals quickly evolved into 24 heavens of death. Layers of heavens descended and bombarded Feng Yun mercilessly. However, Feng Yun did not even look at it. Clouds gathered around him, forming a unique hurricane shield that blocked Yi Fei's 24 heavens. At the same time, the cloud giant's divine palm suddenly imprinted itself on Chen Xiaoyao's body. However, thousands of musical notes appeared beneath Chen Xiaoyao's feet. These musical notes were like layers of armor that protected his entire body. No matter how the cloud giant attacked, it was unable to shatter them in a short period of time. Kill! Take advantage of while blocking the cloud giant. Chen Xiaoyao's divine spear suddenly pierced through the sword light that filled the sky. Like a divine light piercing through the sword curtain, it pierced towards Yi Fei's body like lightning. Steep then, a boiling battle intent erupted from Yi Fei's body. His seal of life and death reversed. Layers of heavens descended like raging waves and raging mountains, smashing forward. Everything. Many martial artists who were watching the battle only saw three figures attacking each other at almost the same time. The powerful fluctuations formed by the extreme combat strength caused the entire area to collapse completely, revealing the dark starry sky. Jib, Gui, Shi Jiucheng, Jiao, Huiqingwu, and the others were all aghast. Lu Mohan's eyes widened in astonishment. Such an attack had far surpassed theirs. No, it was them who were too weak. It was the three above who were too strong. Even the peerless geniuses of the sacred region felt extremely incredulous. Originally, they had grown up in the sacred region and looked down on the so-called peerless geniuses of the outer sections. However, when they saw the shocking battle between Yi Fei, Feng Yun, and Chen Xiaoyao, they finally understood what it meant to say that there was always someone better than you out there. Even the higher-ups of the sacred region were alarmed by the battle between the three of them. In the void, countless divine senses were sent out to observe this battle closely. But, unfortunately, the three of them who were caught up in the battle did not know that Yi Fei had gone crazy. He activated his ancient god-golden body to further increase the power of his superpowers. Step by step, he moved forward, colliding with Chen Xiaoyao and Feng Yun's attacks. Chen Xiaoyao and Feng Yun were the same. The three of them were constantly attacking and defending each other. The entire battle stage was filled with raging hurricanes, terrifying sword light, and invincible spear radiance. At the same time, every time Yi Fei attacked, he had to withstand an attack. He could withstand 1 or 2 attacks, but 3, 4, 5, 10, 20. Yi Fei suddenly felt a sharp pain in his body. He could not help but vomit a mouthful of blood. Wen Feng Yun and Chen Xiaoyao did not take the initiative to pursue. Instead, they both retreated. Feng Yun's face was pale. A bloody hole had been pierced through his chest. Chen Xiaoyao's face was also contorted in pain. A broken sword light had pierced his shoulder. Just a little bit more, and it would have pierced his throat. Of course, Yi Fei did not have it easy either. He took Feng Yun's attack head-on. His entire back was covered in blood, almost revealing his white bones. However, he did not retreat. Instead, after adjusting his breathing, he stepped forward again. I must win this battle. Awesome. In life, it's rare to have a confidant, but even rarer to have an opponent. Even if I die, I will have no regrets. Chen Xiaoyao also ignored his injuries and stepped forward. Even if he died, he was not afraid to fight. Feng Yun suddenly made a decision. He laughed and said, Yi Fei, Chen Xiaoyao, the three of us have similar combat strength. If we continue to fight, we will only lose. Why don't the three of us use our strongest attacks at the same time? Whoever has the strongest superpowers will be the final victor. Boom! Speak. As he spoke, Feng Yun was the first to explode. He suddenly gathered all his strength and released a terrifying hurricane blade. At this moment, Feng Yun stood in the hurricane like a god overlooking the world. Kill! Chen Xiaoyao's flute soared into the sky. His spear light shone. In an instant, all his strength had gathered in the divine spear. The divine spear seemed to have life of its own. An immortal king stepped out of the void, holding the spear and laughing at the 9 heavens. Fight! However strong my heart is, my sword is as strong as my sword. I want to fight. Boom! Boom! However, a terrifying sword light shattered the galaxy and tore through the sky. Yi Fei's body was like a sword. His heart was like a sword. His was like a sword. His spirit was like a sword. He seemed to have returned to the time when he was fighting the young Sky Emperor. At that time, when he was facing death, he disregarded everything and merged all his sword Dao into one to display his peak sword. That sword was deeply imprinted in Yi Fei's heart. At this moment, Yi Fei displayed this sword without holding back and slashed forward. In front of everyone's eyes, it was as if they saw a terrifying Azura with a bloody sword in his hand, slashing immortal kings above and demons below. The terrifying sword light destroyed the world and shattered the void. At this moment, the weather changed. Xiao Yao was shocked, but more than that, he roared in anger and unwillingness. The three of them attacked with their strongest superpowers at the same time. The entire battle platform could no longer withstand the terrifying destruction of the three of them. There was an earth-shattering explosion. The battle platform that could accommodate a battle between ancient gods had already been reduced to dust. Everyone. Chapter 28:19. At that moment, everyone's gaze was fixed on the collapsing void. That void was dark, deep, and filled with violent, destructive energy. They could not tell the exact situation of Yi Fei and the other two, but everyone knew that this battle would mark the birth of the strongest sky prides in the heavenly realm. However, the question was, who would be the final victor? Who would be the strongest sky prides in the heavenly realm outside of the holy domain? Entire, around the god-slaying stage, countless martial artists stared at the void. Above the god-slaying stage, many ancient gods and Chu Kuangren stared anxiously at the exploding and shattered battle stage. In the end, who was the final victor? Chen Xiaoyao? Yi Fei? Feng Yin? No, not only the spectators were curious, but even the divine consciousness that descended from the void was also curious. They kept talking to each other, but the void was still there. The shockwaves from the battle between the three were too powerful. Such an attack had surpassed the level of a godly lord or even Renzu. Even an ancient emperor might be injured if he went in. This is the true definition of a legendary sky pride. Compared to Chen Xiaoyao, Feng Yun, and Yi Fei, the others like Jeeb and Corpse Jucheng don't deserve to be called legendary, even if they have rank 12 bloodlines. The outcome of the battle had not been revealed yet, but many of the older generation warriors were already exclaiming. However, both Jeeb and Corpse Jucheng felt ashamed when they heard these exclamations. Once, Lu Mohan and Jia Luo, who had just fought Yi Fei and the other two, were also feeling bitter. Especially Lu Mohan. When they first met in the Chu Kingdom, Lu Mohan did not even take Yi Fei seriously. However, Yi Fei had now surpassed him and reached a height that even Lu Mohan had to look up to. However, Lu Mohan soon laughed again. Demon King Yi may be strong, but he's no match for Chen Xiaoyao. Even Feng Yin won't be defeated that easily. The first to lose this time will be Yi Fei. That's right. Although Demon Yi is powerful, he relied on external objects to become famous. Chen Xiaoyao, on the other hand, killed his way to the top with his spear. He is the one who deserves to be called the strongest genius in our heaven realm. Lu Mohan's words resonated with many people. Little, the king of beasts, Jeeb, once again stood on the opposite side of Yi Fei. He slandered him to his heart's content. Let's not talk about Chen Xiaoyao. Even that Feng Yin has a mysterious origin. He's not someone that Yi Fei can handle. Boom! Xiao Xiao before the beast king Jeeb could finish his words. Terrifying ice and fire suddenly appeared around them. That was Zhao Yu's anger. She would not allow anyone to slander Yi Fei, not even a single word. If not for Zhang Lang suppressing her, Zhao Yu would have charged forward and fought with Jeeb. However, this was the sacred region's god execution stage. Even though he knew that Zhao Yu was panicking out of concern, Zhang Lang still ordered Chu Ling to hold Zhao Yu back. Zhao Yu, don't be rash. Junior brother, you will be fine. Although Zhang Lang said those words, his gaze never left the chaotic region of nothingness. Suddenly, a figure staggered out from the region of nothingness. Could it be that he's the victor? Boom! Slash! All the warriors around the god execution stage were in an uproar. However, Feng Yun's face was full of bitterness as he faced countless worshipful gazes. Then, he moved his body to the side. Another figure in white clothes stained with blood walked out of the void. Although his aura was weak, he did not stagger as much as Feng Yun. Xiao in the direction of the Yao sect, the group of elders' heartbeats inexplicably sped up. Could it be that the victor is Chun Xiaoyao? Martial uncles, I'm sorry to disappoint you. Chun Xiaoyao's eyes dimmed, and there was even a hint of fear. Just now, when Yifei used that peak sword, he and Feng Yun actually had the illusion that they were facing the young Celestial Emperor at the same time. This illusion forced them to join forces to resist Yifei's terrifying sword strike. However, the result of their resistance made Feng Yun dispirited and Chun Xiaoyao gloomy. Their combined attack was still unable to completely resist that sword light that was close to its peak. In the end, the three of them were injured at the same time. The reason why they did not come out earlier was because the three of them had stopped in the void to recover from their injuries. After Feng Yun and Chun Xiaoyao walked out of the void respectively, another youth in a purple-gold-black robe walked out. He was as straight as a sword. His eyes instantly swept across Feng Yun and Chun Xiaoyao. Do you still want to fight? There's no need. Chun Xiaoyao, have lost this battle. Chun Xiaoyao's eyes dimmed. Ever since he was young, he had been known to be invincible. This was also his first defeat. Thinking of this, Chun Xiaoyao suddenly realized something. He looked at Yifei with some shock. Using a voice transmission that only the three of them could hear, he asked, "In the land of the Great Void, did you kill the incarnation of the young Celestial Emperor?" Yifei did not say anything. He only nodded slightly. Chun Xiaoyao and Feng Yun were opponents worthy of respect. There was no need to hide this matter from them. At the same time, through this battle, Yifei also knew that the other two in the land of the Great Void who had defeated the young Celestial Emperor were definitely Chun Xiaoyao and Feng Yun. No wonder you could unleash such a sword strike. I, Chun Xiaoyao, am sincerely convinced of my defeat in this battle. Chun Xiaoyao was, after all, Chun Xiaoyao. He was able to let go of things. His dimness only lasted for a moment. Very quickly, he became the peerless genius who had pierced through the sky with his flute. Feng Yun looked at Yifei with a complicated gaze. However, after Chun Xiaoyao admitted his defeat, Feng Yun finally sighed helplessly. I once said that if I had the chance, I wouldn't mind killing you and saving the Feng family from a calamity. It's a pity that I don't have the ability to do so. Yifei, from today onwards, the grudges between you and me are like nothingness. How about it? Yifei looked deeply at Feng Yun and did not hesitate. Sure, if others don't offend me, I won't offend them. A person's temperament could be reflected in their battle. Through the previous battle, Yifei realized that although Feng Yun had a cold temperament, he was also quite righteous. Even if the grudges between Feng Yun Hall and the two of them could not become friends, Yifei did not want to rashly offend a terrifying opponent like Feng Yun. Good. After getting the answer he wanted, Feng Yun did not say anything else and quickly retreated. At this moment, there was only one person left in the void above the God execution stage. This person was Yifei. Yifei was also he would be the final victor of the battle between the geniuses. When Yifei stood proudly in the void and looked down at the sacred city, countless young warriors looked at him with shocked and respectful gazes. They looked at the youth who was as straight as a sword in the void. The champion of this Sky Pride battle is actually Yifei. Gasps could be heard everywhere. Zhao Yu's nervous gaze, however, could not help but tear up the moment she saw that Yifei was safe. Then, she heard deafening cheers from countless ancient martial art practitioners around the God execution stage, both inside and outside the holy city. Yifei, champion! Chapter 28:20. At this moment, everyone's attention was on them. Countless people were cheering. It wasn't just the young geniuses who were watching the battle. Even many of the older generation cultivators, such as Renzu and Emperor Gu, couldn't help but take in a deep breath. The battle between Yifei, Feng Yun, and Chun Xiaoyao was too terrifying. At the same time, to be able to defeat Feng Yun and Chun Xiaoyao under such conditions, Yifei's title as the strongest genius was well-deserved. Shung the Dragon sect was in a state of ecstasy. After all, Yifei was a genius belonging to the Dragon Ascension sect. Yi Fei's victory was the Dragon Ascension sect's victory. This was a glory that the Dragon Ascension sect had never experienced before. A smile appeared on sect master Zhonglang's face. A smile also appeared on Chu Ling's face. The other elders who were watching the battle were all agitated. Suddenly, Wu Yu looked in the direction of the Wu family. He also looked at Wu Sheng and Wu Chao in the crowd. Open your dog eyes and look carefully. This is my brother. Wu Yu's words were like a bolt of lightning, shocking Wu Sheng and Wu Chao. They couldn't help but retreat with pale faces. They had come here today to ask the little beast, Jeeb, to deal with Wu Ping and take revenge for their cultivation being crippled. But never in their wildest dreams would they have imagined that the cowardly Wu Ping in their eyes was actually Yi Fei, the famous demon king Yi of the Great Void. He was also the strongest genius in the Great Void. When Yi Fei reached the top, the father and son scrambled out of the crowd, afraid that they would attract Yi Fei's attention. His ambition and Wu Chao's resentment had been completely shattered by the impact of Yi Fei's ascension to the top. Finally, the father and son scrambled out of the crowd, afraid of attracting Yi Fei's attention. How could they know that with Yi Fei's current achievements, he wouldn't care about insignificant ants like them? His opponents should be Chen Xiaoyao, Feng Yun, and the other geniuses of the sacred region, not the Wu family's father and son. Wu Ping is Yi Fei, and Yi Fei and Wu Yu are brothers. Many of the elders of the Wu family suddenly showed expressions of incomparable regret. If they had known this earlier, if they had not treated Wu Yu as a peripheral character and only mocked him, perhaps the ones cheering right now would have been their Wu family, right? However, the one who regretted it the most was Wu Mei, who was in the crowd. Back then, Wu Yu had loved her so much, but she had deceived him. She had always despised him in her heart. If I had known that Wu Yu would turn over a new leaf and become the brother of the strongest prodigy, I would have stayed by my cousin's side. Wu Mei brought Luo Ji with her as tears of regret finally fell from her eyes. Unfortunately, no one sympathized with her. Not the Wu family, not the outsiders. Arrival. As for Wu Yu, he had already made his stance clear when he was at the Wu family. Naturally, he wouldn't. At this moment, everyone's eyes were only on one person, and that was Yi Fei. Everyone's cheers were only for one person, and that was Yi Fei. In this prodigy battle, Yi Fei had not simply obtained the title of the strongest prodigy. In fact, he had also helped all the outer sect prodigies to hold their heads high. He had also defeated the high spirits of the Holy Region prodigies, who said that the prodigies of the outer sect are inferior to the prodigies of the Holy Region. Our outer sect still has Yi Fei, Chen Xiaoyao, and Feng Yan. We can completely crush all of you. Someone in the crowd suddenly shouted excitedly. This shout also made the young prodigies of the outer sect cheer even more. As for the Holy Region prodigies who were standing on the God execution stage, they all had ugly expressions on their faces. Then, one of them mocked disdainfully and coldly. We admit that your outer sect has a few prodigies, but so what? In the end, they still have to sharpen their heads and beg to join our Holy Region. At the end of the day, although your outer sect has elites, without the nurturing of our Holy Region, they're nothing. They're just like those losers. Another person pointed at Jeeb, Shi Jiuchong, Gua Yi, Lu Mohan, and Jia Luo with a disdainful attitude. These were all exceptional prodigies of the outer sect. If they were in the outside world, they would be able to suppress an entire generation. However, when facing the Holy Region prodigies, apart from Lu Mohan and Jia Luo, the rest could only suffer a crushing defeat. Shi Jiuchong's face was as red as a pig's liver. Gua Yi and Hua Qingwu's eyes also dimmed. Shang Luo hugged her harp, while Lu Mohan and Jia Luo's faces were ashen. Yes, that's right. The 11 of them had gone to challenge the sacred region's heaven's pride. In the end, half of them had been eliminated. In the end, only Yi Fei, Chen Xiaoyao, and Feng Yun were able to stand on the God execution stage. This was the difference between a Heaven Domain sect and a Holy Region sect. As soon as the Holy Region prodigy said this, the cheers of the outer sect prodigies instantly died down. Void up in the air, Yi Fei, Chun Xiaoyao, and Fengyun's hearts were heavy. However, it was a fact that the Heaven Domain sects were inferior to the Holy Region sections. This was not something they could change at the moment. Void unless one day, one of them could break through to the Heavenly Emperor realm. Only then would they be able to change the situation of the Holy Region sects and dominate the Heaven Domain. However, for now, the Holy Region was still the absolute ruler of the Heaven Domain. No one in the Heaven Domain dared to disobey the Holy Region's orders. I now announce that the Sky Pride battle has officially ended. The winner is Yi Fei. Chu Kuangren, you have taught a good disciple. According to the previous bet, the Holy Region will not pursue the matter of Taishu. Void. Suddenly, a cold voice came from the air. It was the ancient god's voice transmission that came from the Holy Region. After that, the divine consciousness that was watching the god execution stage disappeared. Only the two ancient gods, Chu Kuangren and Yuduo, were left standing in the air above the god execution stage. Yi Fei only then did Fei realize that the reason he was invited to the sacred domain was because Chu Kuangren had made a bet with the sacred domain. He could not help but feel a sense of gratitude in his heart. Standing in the void, he looked deeply in Chu Kuangren's direction and bowed. Thank you, honorable teacher. Haha, since you're willing to call me your honorable teacher, I'll naturally protect you. Don't forget that my rule is to protect my disciples. As long as you don't do anything outrageous, I'll protect you no matter what. Anyone who dares to take advantage of their seniority and go against you, I won't let them off so easily. Chu Kuangren was as arrogant as ever. He even mocked Yuduo to his face. Yuduo's expression darkened, but he did not continue to target Yi Fei. After all, it was a fact that Yi Fei had won the Sky Pride battle in front of everyone. Even Yuduo had nothing to say about it. However, this did not mean that Yuduo would let Yi Fei off the hook. Chapter 28-21. Boom. You, the ancient god's words, silenced the cheering crowd completely. In the direction of the Rising Dragon sect leader Zhonglang, a group of elders, Chu Ling, and we all looked up at the sky at ancient god Duo. Then some of the Holy Domain Sky Prides had mocking and cold expressions on their faces. Obviously, they had already expected this outcome. After all, the Holy Domain only opened the Sky Pride battle because of pressure from the 9 great sections. They did not want to cause public outrage, so they reluctantly agreed to it. In fact, it was just a show to shut the mouths of the 9 great sections. The Holy Domain had never thought of teaching the method of breaking through to the Heavenly Emperor realm to an outsider. Therefore, the Holy Domain had also made a decision. Even if someone was lucky enough to win the God-slaying stage and join the main sect, they would have to sever all ties with their original sect. It was an act of ingratitude and betrayal of the sect. Even worse, the cruel thing was that such an act should have happened after Yi Fei joined the Holy Domain's main sect. However, ancient god Duo deliberately said such a thing in front of everyone to force Yi Fei to make a choice. Yes, well, he would become an ungrateful person in front of everyone. Not only would he betray his sect and the Rising Dragon sect, but he would also sever his master-disciple relationship with Chu Kuangren. Otherwise, Yi Fei's title as the strongest Sky Pride would be in vain. He would be trapped in the ancient god realm for the rest of his life, unable to obtain the opportunity to break through to the Heavenly Emperor realm. Yi Fei, what are you still hesitating for? For tens of thousands of years, the Holy Domain's main sect has never invited an outsider. Since you have this opportunity, you should seize it. Now, all you need to do is kneel down and swear to the world that you will sever all ties with the Rising Dragon sect and Chu Kuangren. Then, I will immediately take you as my disciple and bring you back to the main sect. The ancient god's face was cold and arrogant. The strongest genius was nothing more than a joke in the eyes of an ancient god like him. Just a casual sentence from him was enough to make Yi Fei fall from the clouds. From then on, he would have to bear the stigma of betraying his sect and killing his ancestors. Say, as he said this, ancient god Uduo also made a promise. As long as you take this god as your master, this god can also swear that he will forget about the past. As long as you are loyal to the sacred domain and display extraordinary potential, this god will teach you everything he knows. The sacred domain will also teach you the method to become a celestial emperor when you break through to the ancient god realm. Boom! Chop the hearts of the ancient emperors and ancient gods around the divine altar couldn't help but tremble slightly when they heard this. The celestial arch, the absolute ruler of this world, was also a realm that they dreamed of. For the sake of this realm, they had worked hard for thousands of years, even tens of thousands of years. Even until the moment they died of old age, they were still unable to peek into that realm. Now, Yifei only had one choice. As long as he said the word, he might be able to reach that realm in the future and become the strongest in this world. What kind of temptation was this? What kind of opportunity was this? Even more, some of the ancient gods even wished that they could nod in Yifei's place. To them, as long as they could break through to the celestial emperor realm, even if it meant betraying their sect, it would be worth it even if they had to suffer a greater stigma. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the Dragon Ascension sect's elders changed drastically. Even sect master Zhonglang's expression changed drastically. Chu Ling and Wu Yue were filled with anxiety. Even Chu Kuangren. His white eyebrows twitched violently. No one would have thought that the sacred domain would set up such a test behind Yifei's victory in the Sky Pride battle. He could choose to be ungrateful and betray his sect, then join the sacred domain and soar to the top. But he had to choose. If he refused, he would be cast aside by the sacred domain and would never be able to peek into the secrets of the celestial emperor realm. He would only regret it for the rest of his life. With such a condition, how will Yifei choose? Needless to say, Yifei is known as a demon, and he has only joined the Dragon Ascension sect for a short time. If I were that demon, I would have drawn a clear line between myself and the Dragon Ascension sect, severed my master-disciple relationship with Chu Kuangren, and worked for the sacred domain with peace of mind. Around the godly altar, the crowd discussed fervently. High above the godly altar, many of the ancient gods looked at Chu Kuangren mockingly. Chu Kuangren, you've been arrogant all your life, but in the end, you still ended up with nothing. Not only will you not be able to break through to the celestial emperor realm, but even the disciple you're most proud of will soon kneel at my feet and become my disciple. Yifei, what are you waiting for? If you want to become my disciple, you'll have to call Chu Kuangren an old dog 3 times and spit at him 3 times. Shut up, old dog. How can I, Zhao Yu's man, take a filthy person like you as my master? In the group, Zhao Yu was like an enraged tigress. She suddenly mustered her courage and yelled at ancient god Uduo. However, as soon as she finished, Zhao Yu's face flushed red. She felt that it was unladylike to act like this. What if Yifei didn't like it? However, following Zhao Yu's words, 2 feminine voices suddenly came from the crowd. It was Shanluo and Chu Ling. They spoke at the same time, supporting Yifei. We also believe that Yifei isn't that kind of person. I, Wu Yue, swear with my life that Yifei will never betray the sect. Wu Yue followed suit and roared. Upon hearing this, Little Beast King Jeeb, Shi Jiuchong, and Yi all revealed a strong sense of jealousy and sarcasm. Your decision doesn't represent Demon King Ye's decision. The sacred domain isn't asking him to betray his master and kill his ancestors. With Yifei's demonic nature, how can he refuse such a condition? Other words made many warriors nod their heads. Yes, it was just abandoning one's sect, not killing one's master and ancestors. In the future, one might obtain the opportunity to break through to the heavenly emperor realm. Even if it were many ancient gods, they would not be able to resist such a temptation. How could Demon Yi possibly endure it? At that moment, even many of the Rising Dragon sect's elders looked at Yifei with a complicated gaze. Above the void, Chu Kuangren's tone was calm. Yi Fei, no matter what you choose, I won't blame you. Now make your choice. After saying that, Chu Kuangren quietly closed his eyes. However, his hands behind his back were trembling slightly. Obviously, Chu Kuangren was not as calm as he appeared to be. Seeing this scene, Yi Fei finally broke the silence and could not help but laugh. His smile was very clean and honest. The sacred domain's sex conditions were indeed tempting. As long as he betrayed the sect and became a traitor, he would have the chance to break through to the celestial emperor realm in the future. However, in this world, there is something more important than breaking through to the celestial emperor realm. That was the principle of life. When he killed the ancient gods in the great void and angered the sacred domain, it was Chu Kuangren and the rising dragon sect who stood up to protect him. When he was targeted by many ancient gods at the god-slaying stage, it was also Chu Kuangren who stood up and protected him. Such was the case. Yi Fei would never forget Chu Kuangren's kindness. Hence, the moment Chu Kuangren closed his eyes, Yi Fei's body suddenly moved. Instead of walking towards Chu Kuangren, he suddenly walked towards ancient god Yudhua. Demon Lord, Yi has made his choice. Is he going to become Chu Kuangren's disciple? Countless martial artists around the god-slaying stage exclaimed. Many of the rising dragon sect's elders had already turned pale. Only Zhao Yu's eyes were as clear as water. Even if everyone had misunderstood Yi Fei, only Zhao Yu still believed in Yi Fei. Then, under everyone's gaze, Yi Fei strode towards ancient god Yuduo. However, instead of kneeling down to become Chu Kuangren's disciple, he suddenly spat at ancient god Yuduo. Old dog, you think you're worthy of being my disciple? Puffed. Smack. Chapter 28-22. A mouthful of spit directly landed on the ancient god's face, and the one who did it was a mere half-martial ancestor. It was as laughable as an ant spitting at an elephant. If this ancient god wanted to, he could crush this ant to death with a single finger. Yet Yi Fei did it. Not only did he do it, but he also spat at the ancient god in front of countless people. Just like that. Even ancient god Yuduo himself hadn't expected that Yi Fei would do such a crazy thing. Caught off guard, ancient god Yuduo spat on his face, so his fury could be imagined. Boom! Many cultivators could only feel a towering rage emanating from ancient god Yuduo's body. Ancient god Yuduo's face was already as red as a pig's liver, and he was so angry that he roared madly. He wanted nothing more than to slap Yi Fei to death on the ground. However, at the critical moment, an even angrier and crazier roar suddenly shook the void. Yuduo, don't you dare touch a single strand of my disciple's hair. Boom! Chu Kuangren was furious too. The Rising Dragon sect's motto was to protect their disciples. As long as their disciples did not commit heinous acts, the Rising Dragon sect would protect them to the end. Chu Kuangren was even known as the Madman Protector. Since Yi Fei would rather endure and lose the opportunity to break through to the Heavenly Emperor realm than betray his sect, Chu Kuangren naturally had to protect Yi Fei to the end. Everyone then heard a loud boom. Ancient god Yuduo and Chu Kuangren had already exchanged a palm strike. Yi Fei could not help but feel a slight warmth in his heart. He did not accept the Sacred Domain sect's offer because he did not want to go against his principles. Secondly, he did not believe in ancient god Yuduo's promise at all. That was why he angrily spat at the old man's face. However, he did not expect Chu Kuangren to keep his word and protect him to the end. Now, he even acted as if he was going to fight ancient god Yuduo to the death. It was impossible not to be touched. Honorable teacher, Yi Fei could not help but shout. My good disciple, stand behind me. I believe the Sacred Domain sect won't go back on their word. Chu Kuangren laughed maniacally. His words were not for Yuduo, but for the higher-ups of the Sacred Domain who were secretly watching this incident. Sure enough, after hearing Chu Kuangren's words, a cold voice immediately came from the Sacred Domain sect. Chu Kuangren, the Sacred Domain sect will not go back on their word. As for this kid, We won't force him to join the sacred region, but we can't keep the celestial emperor's decree in his hands. In my opinion, why don't you hand it over to Yudwa and resolve your grudges? However, this higher up of the sacred domain had his eyes on Chu Kuangren, so he wanted to be the mediator. Naturally, Chu Kuangren would not object. When he heard that Yi Fei wanted a hand over the Heavenly Emperor talisman, which could kill ancient gods, ancient god Yu Duo's furious expression eased a lot. He coldly glanced at Yi Fei and said, "Even if you kneel on the ground, I won't take you in as my disciple. Hand over the Heavenly Emperor talisman now and get out of my sight." Yi Fei licked his cracked lips and did not say a word, but a dangerous glint flashed across his eyes. At that moment, Chu Kuangren's soft voice came into his ears. "Yi Fei, hand over the Heavenly Emperor talisman now. I've saved the life of this higher-up of the sacred domain when I was young, so he's quite trustworthy." Yi Fei would not believe the words of others, but Yi Fei felt that he could still trust his honorable teacher, Chu Kuangren. At that moment, he could only let out a soft sigh and toss the remaining 2 uses of the Heavenly Emperor talisman to ancient god Yu Duo. "Ancient god Yu Duo, you must take good care of this talisman. If there's a chance, I'll take it back." "Ha ha! An ant like you wants to take back the Heavenly Emperor talisman? Very well, I'll wait and see how you're going to get it back." Ancient god Yu Duo grabbed the Heavenly Emperor talisman with a ferocious glint in his eyes, but he was still unwilling to give up. Suddenly, ancient god Yu Duo glanced at Chen Xiaoyao, who was standing in the distance, and said in a deep voice, "Chen Xiaoyao, since this imp doesn't know what's good for him, I'll give you a chance. Are you willing to abandon your sect and join me?" Everyone's expression changed. This ancient god Yu Duo had not given up on his evil intentions. Seeing that he could not get Yi Fei to join him, he turned his attention to Chen Xiaoyao. The elders of the Walkabout sect suddenly became nervous. Fortunately, Chen Xiaoyao's attitude was very firm. He shook his head and said, "Thank you for your kindness, ancient god, but the Walkabout sect's ambitions are not in the sacred domain. Please grant me my wish, ancient god." Ancient god Yu Duo's expression instantly turned ugly. He was an ancient god of the sacred domain, yet he had been rejected twice. How preposterous! However, thinking about the special background of the Walkabout sect, ancient god Yu Duo forcefully suppressed the anger in his heart. He suddenly looked coldly at Feng Yun and said in a deep voice, "Feng Yun, you don't belong to any sect. You should be able to take me as your master, right?" It was clear that ancient god Yu Duo had steeled his heart to forcefully take in a powerful genius and regain some of the face he had lost. However, the slap to his face was that Feng Yun had rejected the invitation without even thinking about it. "I'm not from the sacred domain. I appreciate the ancient god's good intentions." After saying that, Feng Yun turned around and left, completely ignoring ancient god Yu Duo. His behavior was even more arrogant than Yi Fei and Chen Xiaoyao's. The martialists near the god execution stage were already completely numb. Many people dreamed of entering the sacred domain's main sect, but they had been repeatedly rejected by Yi Fei, Chen Xiaoyao, and Feng Yun. These were 3 resounding slaps on ancient god Yu Duo's face, causing his face to turn the color of a pig's liver. He was so embarrassed that he could not find a way out of this embarrassing situation. Suddenly, Lu Mohan, who was standing in the distance, stepped forward and bowed to ancient god Yu Duo. "I'm Lu Mohan from the Imperial Sky. I've long heard of the ancient god's illustrious name. If the ancient god does not abandon me, Mohan is willing to follow the ancient god and become your slave." Lu Mohan actually wants to betray the Imperial Sky? Is he risking universal condemnation? Lu Mohan's words shocked countless martialists. Ancient god Yu Duo, who had been feeling embarrassed, suddenly heaved a sigh of relief. He looked at Lu Mohan with satisfaction and said, "Lu Mohan, I've long heard of your name. Although your talent is a little lacking, you are still much better than some rotten wood who does not know how to appreciate favors. Forget it. From now on, you will be under my name and become my personal disciple. Even if he did not accept Yi Fei, Chen Xiaoyao, or Feng Yun, he had at least accepted Lu Mohan, who was slightly inferior. This more or less allowed ancient god Duo to regain some face. Immediately, ancient god Duo called Lu Mohan to his side and opened up the void to return to the sacred domain. Before returning, ancient god Duo swept his cold gaze over Yi Fei. Demon Yi, you have been disrespectful to me. I can't be bothered with an ant like you, but my disciple will definitely settle this score with you in a month's time. Mohan, let's go. The gate to the sacred domain opened, and ancient god Duo brought Lu Mohan back to the sacred domain. Only Jeeb and Shi Jucheng remained. They beat their chests and stamped their feet in anger. Guo Yi, Hu Qingwu, and Jia Luo were also dumbfounded. Chapter 28-23. The Holy City's Sky Pride battle had finally come to an end. Aside from Lu Mohan, who had betrayed the Imperial Sky and joined the Holy Sanctuary as a traitor, Yi Fei, Chen Xiaoyao, and Feng Yun had all rejected the Holy Sanctuary's invitation. When the news spread, the entire heavenly realm was in an uproar. After this battle, the heavenly realm's forces finally realized the Holy Sanctuary's strength. At the same time, Yi Fei, Chen Xiaoyao, and Feng Yun had become famous. Even the defeated Jia Luo had attracted a lot of attention. After all, aside from Yi Fei and the other two, only Lu Mohan and Jia Luo had defeated the Holy Sanctuary's Sky Pride. Moreover, Jia Luo was a woman. Although she had lost the chance to join the Holy Sanctuary's main sect, many in the Holy Sanctuary began to pay attention to Jia Luo. Some of the Holy Sanctuary's higher-ups even sent strong cultivators to the ancient Moon Clan to discuss marriage with Jia Luo. This was also an opportunity to join the Holy Sanctuary's main sect. For a moment, many women in the ancient Moon Clan were secretly envious. Strangely, Jia Luo did not agree immediately. Instead, as if she had something on her mind, she announced that she would continue her closed-door cultivation. This attracted many people's attention. The biggest guess was that Yi Fei had hit Jia Luo with his palm on the god-slaying stage. After all, the part of Yi Fei's palm that was aimed at Jia Luo's chest was very awkward. This incident not only proved that Demon Yi was ruthless, but also caused a lot of public outrage. Not long after, the ancient Moon Clan began to spread rumors that the reason Jia Luo refused to accept the Holy Sanctuary's marriage proposal was because she had been violated by Demon Yi. Fortunately, Yi Fei had already followed his senior brother Zhang Lang and Chu Kuangren into a manor somewhere in the Holy City. He had no idea that he had been wronged by the rumors. Besides Yi Fei, Chen Xiaoyao had also attracted a lot of attention. Unfortunately, Chen Xiaoyao was a carefree person, and his whereabouts were uncertain. It was difficult for outsiders to come into contact with him. Moreover, the Walkabout sect was different from the other 9 great sections. Not only did they have few members, but they also had a mysterious background. It seemed that they did not care if Chen Xiaoyao joined the Holy Sanctuary's main sect. Most after that, everyone could only shift their attention to Feng Yun. Even until now, he was still a rogue cultivator who did not belong to any sect. This caused the crowd to be both astonished and curious. After all, to be able to break through to the half-martial ancestor realm without relying on any power while still a loose cultivator, and even transform into an exceptional genius, was something that was practically impossible in the heaven realm. Yet, Feng Yun had managed to accomplish it. Because of this, not only did the 9 major sects develop a strong interest in Feng Yun, they all extended olive branches to him and tried to recruit him. Even the sacred region, which had been rejected, sent another ancient god to express their intention to recruit him. However, what was shocking was that this time, Feng Yun rejected them again. In the end, he disappeared from the holy city, his whereabouts unknown. This caused many forces to speculate. They couldn't understand what gave Feng Yun the confidence to ignore the sacred region's invitation twice in a row. And Just as the rumors of the battle between the geniuses were getting more and more intense in the heaven realm, a very important piece of news was spread only between the 9 great sects and the sanctuary. The news spread quietly that this trip to the Great Void was just the beginning of his exploration of the Great Void. And after the mission to the Great Void, there was one more important thing to do. That was to obtain the Celestial Emperor's ancient medallion from the trip to the Celestial Emperor's palace in the Great Void. This palace was the Fairy Demon Palace. In the past, the opening of the Celestial Devil Palace was monopolized by the Sanctuary alone. There was no chance for other sects to interfere. But now, with the revelation that the Celestial Devil Palace had the Celestial Emperor's inheritance, due to the pressure, the Sanctuary had no choice but to allow the 9 great sects to send their outstanding disciples to explore the Celestial Devil Palace together with the geniuses of the Sanctuary. Moreover, the time was set to be 1 month later. This was also the reason why ancient god Uduo said before he left that 1 month later there would be a disciple who would teach Yifei a lesson. Obviously, ancient god Uduo's words were aimed at the opening of the Fairy Demon Palace. At this time, Chu Kuangren solemnly brought Yifei back to the ancient god villa that the sacred region had arranged for him in the Holy City. He then dismissed everyone, leaving only Yifei and Zhonglang behind. He said, "Yifei, although you've passed the Sky Pride battles, the sacred region's higher-ups have nothing to say, and Uduo won't attack you openly. However, it's easier to dodge a spear in the open than a stab in the back. Uduo will definitely play some tricks in the opening of the Fairy Demon Palace this time. If it's not necessary, you shouldn't participate in the opening of the Fairy Demon Palace this time. Honorable teacher, if I don't participate, who else in the Rising Dragon sect can? Won't we miss out on the opportunity to obtain the Celestial Emperor's inheritance?" Yifei asked in a deep voice. Beside him, Zhonglang nodded in agreement. The Celestial Emperor's technique is the foundation of the sacred region's control over the celestial realm. It's obvious from the Sky Pride battles that the sacred region won't tell us the technique to become an emperor. If we want to break free from the sacred region's control, then there's only one way, and that is to enter the Fairy Demon Palace and find a way to obtain the Celestial Emperor's inheritance. Chu Kuangren smiled bitterly and sighed as he shook his head. The Celestial Emperor's inheritance in the Fairy Demon Palace isn't that easy to obtain. Otherwise, the sacred region wouldn't have used the 9 great sect Sky Prides as cannon fodder to help them collect the Celestial Emperor's ancient tokens. Zhonglang agreed with what Chu Kuangren said. Yifei's heart also felt heavy. However, he had promised the ancient god's corpse spirit that he would bring the ancient god's corpse spirit's final divine dictum fragment into the Fairy Demon Palace. Since he had promised, Yifei would not go back on his word. Besides, Yifei could ignore whether or not he could obtain the Celestial Emperor's inheritance in the Fairy Demon Palace. However, he must obtain the immortal demon golden body mentioned by the ancient god's corpse spirit. After all, that was a defensive technique that was stronger than the ancient god's golden body. As long as there was a chance, Yifei must obtain it. At that thought, Yifei cupped his fists and said in a deep voice, "Honorable teacher, I've thought it through. I must go to the Fairy Demon Palace this time. Sai, this disciple of yours really can't just cause trouble. However, I, Chu Kuangren, only have 2 shortcomings in my life. One is that I'm overprotective, and the other is that I'm too arrogant. Your eldest senior brother has inherited Master's protective nature. Then, you will inherit Master's arrogance. Yifei, you can go to the Fairy Demon Palace, but you must break through to the Rinzu realm within a month. Only then can I let you go without worry. Can you do it?" Chu Kuangren's eyes suddenly became serious and cold. Although he was arrogant, he still knew the severity of the situation. "However, I'd rather you stay by my side. With your talent, as long as you're willing to follow me with peace of mind, you'll have no problem breaking through to the ancient god realm within 100 years. Yifei smiled when he heard that. His smile was very determined. 100 years is too long. I'll seize every moment. Moreover, a long time ago, an elder once told me that the martial god realm is created through battle. The same goes for the ancient gods. Only the ancient gods that are created through battle and cultivation, no matter how high their realm is, if their combat strength is not strong, it's all for naught. Chapter 28-24. Looking at Yi Fei's determined figure, Chu Kuangren felt even more helpless. Although he was an ancient god, he was still restricted by the sacred domain. Even if he knew that Yi Fei's journey was dangerous, he could not follow him. However, Yi Fei was his disciple after all. He would rather not join the sacred domain's main sect and lose the chance to become an emperor than betray his sect and be ungrateful. That made Chu Kuangren feel extremely grateful and gratified. Clang. Seeing that Yi Fei had made up his mind, Chu Kuangren did not stop him anymore. Instead, he made up his mind. After Yi Fei left, Chu Kuangren brought Zhang Lang to a palace somewhere in the sacred domain. The palace was magnificent, and it was obvious that it was the residence of the sacred domain's upper echelons. Although the person who lived here was not a heavenly emperor, he was still a terrifying existence that was infinitely close to one. Zhang Lang, the owner of this palace, is the Dragon Mountain Lord that I've mentioned to you before. Back when I was in the ancient emperor realm, I saved the Dragon Mountain Lord's life. Back then, the Dragon Mountain Lord had invited me more than once to leave the Rising Dragon sect and join the Sacred Domain's main sect. Moreover, the Dragon Mountain Lord is one of the Sacred Domain's vice sect masters. Chu Kuangren pointed at the palace and introduced it. This was also the reason why Chu Kuangren was able to settle the matter when Yi Fei killed the Sacred Domain's ancient god. He relied on the Dragon Mountain Lord's life-saving favor back then. I, the Dragon Mountain Lord, have always been grateful to you for saving my life back then, and I've always wanted to repay you. However, it's not an endless repayment. I've already helped you settle the trouble caused by that demon Lord Yi, but unfortunately, he doesn't know what's good for him. Even if you beg me again, there's nothing I can do. After all, I'm not the only vice sect master in the sacred domain. Yu Duo's honorable teacher is also a vice sect master, so his authority is greater than mine. Inside the palace, a sigh was heard. Then a gaze. Misa and Xian Li, E. Mashed wine staged by Shun Li, E. Luo Luo, Lai, Luo Luo, Luo Shua Luo 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 Luo, Luo, Luo Luo Luo, Luo Luo Luo, Luo? Who do you love? Chu Kuangren smiled and shook his head. Long Shan, I'm not here to plead for mercy this time. I've only heard that you're in charge of the Sacred Domain's treasure vault, and you want to exchange your savings for a few ancient divine blood lotuses. Shan Jun jumped in fright. What? Old monster, you really don't want to live anymore. The ancient god's blood lotus is a forbidden item used to nurture peerless geniuses in the sanctuary. This is a priceless treasure. Cut the crap. I've used my entire life's savings to buy these 3 stock from you. Just take it as you've returned the favor. From now on, you don't owe me anything anymore. Chu Kuangren immediately took out his interspatial belt and tossed it to the Dragon Mountain monarch without even looking at it. Zhang Lang's heart was filled with shock, such as even the Dragon Mountain Lord was shocked by Chu Kuangren's insane actions. He could not help but stare at Chu Kuangren. Is it worth it to spend all your life savings for a new disciple? It can't be helped. I have 2 biggest problems. One is that I'm too arrogant, and the other is that I'm too protective of my disciples. Besides, although Yi Fei has only been my disciple for a short time, he would rather give up the possibility of breaking through to the heavenly emperor realm in the future than betray the sect. With such a pure heart, how can I, as his honorable master, not reciprocate? The Dragon Mountain Lord was silent. He checked Chu Kuangren's interspatial belt for a long time before nodding reluctantly. Since you saved my life back then, I'll take the risk and help you one last time. Your savings can be used to exchange for 3 ancient divine blood lotuses, but they can only be the inferior king grade ones. As for the god grade ones, I don't dare to make the decision. Otherwise, I'll become a laughingstock. Many thanks, Chu Kuangren said. Kuangren did not stand on ceremony. He took the 3 blood lotuses and handed them to Zhonglang. Zhonglang, give these blood lotuses to Yifei. As for whether he can break through to Rinzhu in a month, it's all up to him now. Lang's gaze became complicated, but he did not dare to delay. He quickly took the blood lotuses and left the sacred domain as fast as he could, returning to the holy city's villa. At this moment at that time, Yifei was still troubled over how to break through the door of his Taoist heart in a short period of time. After all, the key to breaking through to Rinzhu realm was to fully comprehend the Taoist heart. Unlike Yifei, who only managed to open a small gap in the door of his Taoist heart. At that moment, Zhonglang's hurried arrival made Yifei feel a little strange. He hurriedly stopped his cultivation and asked, "Senior brother, did something happen?" "It's nothing. Junior brother, you don't have to worry. By the way, here are the 3 ancient divine blood lotuses that Honorable Master gave you. Although they're only king grade, they should be enough to help you break through to Rinzhu." Zhonglang took out the 3 blood lotuses, but Yifei did not take them. Instead, he stared at the restless Zhonglang. "Senior brother, you're hiding something from me," Yifei said in a deep voice. "Junior brother, don't worry. Take these 3 blood lotuses. I still have to rush back to report to Honorable Master." Zhonglang smiled brightly. Yifei's gaze was a little serious. He turned around and said, "Since senior brother won't tell me, you should take these 3 blood lotuses back." The ancient divine blood lotus was extremely precious. It was difficult to find one even in the 9 supreme sects. Otherwise, Lu Mohan would not have gone through so much trouble to obtain the ancient divine blood lotus from Chu. But now, Zhonglang had taken out 3 blood lotuses in one go. There was obviously something wrong with this, and Yifei was naturally unwilling to accept it easily. When he felt Yifei's resolute attitude, Zhonglang instantly laughed bitterly and sighed. "Fine, I'll tell you. Junior brother, these 3 blood lotuses were bought for you by Master with all his savings. You must not disappoint Master's kind intentions. Take your time to cultivate. I'm leaving." Gently, Zhonglang placed the blood lotuses on the ground and turned to leave, not giving Yifei a chance to refuse. When he turned around and saw the 3 blood lotuses on the ground, Yifei had mixed feelings. His relationship with Chu Kuangren was not deep, but Chu Kuangren was willing to spend all his savings to help him. Yifei felt an inexplicable lump in his throat, but he forced himself to hold back the urge to cry. Now was not the time for him to cry. However, Yifei will repay this kindness tenfold, no, 100-fold. Yifei secretly made up his mind. At the same time, he took the 3 royal-grade ancient divine blood lotuses and walked into his cultivation room. After making sure that there was no one watching him, Yifei had an idea. He called out a Xiao Qiao and said, "Xiao Qiao, it's up to you now." Squeak, squeak. After not coming out for a long time, Xiao Qiao was obviously a little angry. As soon as he came out, he threw the dragon tortoise aside and made a gesture of wanting to be carried and lifted up high. Yifei could only smile helplessly. He quickly picked up Xiao Qiao, lifted him up, spun him around a few times, and gave him a few kisses. Finally, Xiao Qiao was pacified. He then grabbed the 3 ancient divine blood lotuses and used the secret technique of the spirit immortal tribe to continuously enlighten them. While he was doing that, there was also a black tortoise beside him. It stuck its head out and looked around, looking for an opportunity to eat. Yifei glanced at it and said, "It's almost the new year again. Roar." Chapter 28-25. Under the nourishment of Xiao Qiao's 7 wonders divine light, the ancient god's blood lotus, which was originally a king-grade blood lotus, was transforming into a divine-grade blood lotus. In the end, what appeared before Yifei was no longer king-grade, but 3 true divine-grade blood lotuses. The transformation of the lotuses was still ongoing. Small. The grass was obviously very dissatisfied with the speed of the blood lotus transformation. Hence, Xiao Qiao began to increase the speed of the 7 wonders divine light. Yi Fei watched in astonishment as the ancient god's blood lotus, which would have taken hundreds or thousands of years to mature, completely matured in just half a month. The ancient god's blood lotus had transformed into a blood lotus seed, and it was a divine grade blood lotus seed. Squeak. Small. The grass was still a little unhappy. It felt that the blood lotus this time was not as good as the one Yi Fei brought back from the Great Void. However, it had successfully turned the blood lotus into a blood lotus seed. Xiao Chao's little head was still held high with a proud Xiao Chao look. He yawned and ran back into the beast-marked space to continue sleeping. It seems like Xiao Chao also needs a lot of energy to mature the ancient god's blood lotus. Unless necessary, it's better not to let Xiao Chao mature any Fei. Xiao Chao was still young, so Yi Fei's heart ached when he saw how tired Xiao Chao was. Yi Fei immediately took down the lotus heads and counted them carefully. There were 3 lotus heads and a total of 6 blood lotus seeds. Compared to the ancient god's blood lotus he obtained in the Great Void, it was indeed inferior. However, with Xiao Chao's help, he was able to turn 3 king-grade blood lotuses into divine-grade blood lotuses and even produce 6 blood lotus seeds. It was equivalent to having 6 more divine-grade blood lotuses out of thin air. Yi Fei still felt that he had profited greatly this time. Now, let's see if I can break through Rinzhu in the last half a month. Big Black, protect me. Yi Fei glanced at the dragon turtle, who was squatting on the ground and doing nothing. Hungry. In his mind, the dragon turtle's pitiful voice immediately sounded. Its eyes were still constantly glancing at Yi Fei's remaining roots of the ancient divine blood lotus. Yi Fei's face darkened as he reluctantly threw out a large pile of profound veins. Then, he saw a black mouth that was as dense as rain. It actually ate all the profound veins he threw out in one go. After the dragon turtle was full, it picked its teeth and burped. Like a big dog guarding the house, it swung its tail and squatted outside the house valiantly. It stared coldly at anyone who might come close. No needless to say, when the dragon turtle became serious, it was still very formidable. However, when he thought of the dragon turtle's black mouth that was almost everywhere, Yi Fei felt an inexplicable sadness in his heart. Forget it. Let's not think too much about it. It's more important to break through to Rinzhu and comprehend a complete Tao heart. Yi Fei thought to himself. His expression turned serious. However, then his soul walked out of the sky palace with the indestructible sword token in his hand. Buzz! Buzz! When it sensed that Yi Fei had taken out 6 blood lotus seeds at once, the indestructible sword token emitted a strong, emotional fluctuation. Yi Fei didn't even need to deliberately activate it. Around his body, an invisible sword vortex had already formed. Yi Fei immediately activated his ancient god golden body. His consciousness once again entered a mysterious void. In that void, there was a mysterious and simple stone door. The stone door, was the door to the Tao heart. As long as this door was opened, Yi Fei's soul would be able to go from the Emperor's throne in the Sky Palace to the Sky Bridge, step on the Tao Mountain, enter the Divine Court, walk through the void, enter the Ancestral Court, and comprehend the Tao heart. As he thought of this, Yi Fei's expression turned serious. With a thought, 6 rays of light that resembled stars appeared beside him. This was the great Tao light condensed by the blood lotus seeds. This kind of light could only be activated by the ancient god's blood essence. At this moment, Yi Fei had condensed all these great Tao lights and suddenly formed 6 dazzling great Tao sword lights. Boom! Boom! A streak of sword light quickly shot out from Yi Fei's hand and slashed at the door of the heart of Tao. The door of the heart of Tao immediately erupted with a terrifying seal of Khanate Great Tao, resisting the sword light and the destruction of the door of the heart of Tao. Yi Fei's expression turned cold. If 1 sword light wasn't enough, he immediately sent out a 2nd, 3rd, and 4th sword light consecutively. If the scene was seen by other divine lords who had broken through to the human ancestor realm, they would definitely scold Yi Fei for wasting such a precious treasure. One had to know that the ancient god blood lotus was priceless outside the sacred region. It was extremely rare. If other divine lords obtained one, they would be overjoyed. They would carefully preserve it until the last moment before using it as a trump card to break through to the Rinzhu realm. In the end, Yi Fei used one trump card after another. This was no longer a luxury, but a pure waste. However, such a waste still produced a huge effect. Originally, if Yi Fei was like other ordinary divine lords and only used Xian energy to slowly grind the door of the Dao heart, he might need years or even decades to completely blast through the door of the Dao heart and obtain the opportunity to enter the ancestral court. However, relying on the continuous bombardment of the light of the great Dao, transformed from the blood lotus seed, Yi Fei only used 3 breaths of time to blast open a huge gap in the stone door. Moreover, this gap was growing larger and larger. However, yes, even the great Dao light formed by the 3 blood lotus seeds was not enough to shatter Yi Fei's Dao heart door. Yi Fei could not help but feel a little relieved. Fortunately, I have Xiao Qiao to help me mature the ancient god blood lotus. Otherwise, I might have to disappoint Honorable Master Chu Kuangren. Of course, Yi Fei did not know that the reason Chu Kuangren went bankrupt to buy him 3 ancient god blood lotuses was because he did not expect Yi Fei to break through to the Rinzhu realm within a month. Chu Kuangren hoped to use these 3 blood lotuses to hinder Yi Fei so that Yi Fei would not be able to participate in the opening of the Fairy Demon Palace in a month's time, even if that would cause Yi Fei to lose the opportunity to obtain the Heavenly Emperor's inheritance. However, the Sacred Domain sects had sent at least 800 sky prides into the Fairy Demon Palace over the past few thousand years, yet none of them showed any signs of obtaining the Taishu Heavenly Emperor's inheritance. In Chu Kuangren's mind, he naturally did not have much hope that Yi Fei would obtain the Heavenly Emperor's inheritance. Chu Kuangren still hoped that Yi Fei could avoid the risk of the Fairy Demon Palace and take things one step at a time. Perhaps in the next 10 years, or even a few decades, the Rising Dragon sect would have another young and powerful ancient god. However, Chu Kuangren would never have thought that Xiao Qiao had the ability to make the 3 king-grade ancient god blood lotuses unleash the power of 6 divine-grade blood lotuses. When Yi Fei realized that the 3 great Dao lights were still not enough to blast open his Dao heart door, Yi Fei immediately used the last 3 beams of light of the great Dao to bombard the door of the Dao heart. The door of the Dao heart finally couldn't withstand the bombardment of the light of the great Dao and shattered completely with a loud boom. Yi Fei. At the same time, Yi Fei's soul had also returned to the heavenly palace. He stepped across the godly bridge and entered the Taoist mountain alone. His soul stepped into the godly court, and with a single step, he rushed into the ancestral court. Boom! Boom! Chapter 28-26. After all, most godly lords would break through to the Rinzhu realm at the beginning stages of Rinzhu. However, Yi Fei was different. With the help of the 6 ancient divine blood lotus seeds, not only did he break through the door of the Taoist core, but he also broke through the beginning stages of the Rinzhu realm and reached the middle stages of the Rinzhu realm. Moreover, as Yi Fei's Taoist core condensed, all the laws and wills he had learned were integrated into his Taoist core. At the same time, the Rinzhu realm was different from other realms. It was the extreme realm of man, and also the beginning of a martial artist's journey from mortal to immortal. Therefore, in the Rinzhu realm, the stronger one's Taoist core was, the more terrifying one's combat strength would be. Of course, it was not easy to strengthen one's Taoist core. One would need to learn a more profound martial Tao will, and this was the God Domain. Unlike the underworld realm's martial Tao domain, the God Domain was a divine ability domain. It was the transformation of a divine ability into a God domain. Only then could the divine ability's power be maximized. Normally speaking, even if one were to break through to the human ancestor realm, it would still be difficult for them to cultivate into a deity domain. That was because a deity domain wasn't something that could be obtained just by relying on one's bloodline. It required constant bitter cultivation and a deep understanding of mystiques before one could comprehend the existence of a deity domain. Even Yi Fei himself had only heard about the existence of the god domain from Zhang Lang when he was in the Rising Dragon sect. As for how to achieve the god domain, Yi Fei knew nothing about it. Although I don't know how to achieve the god domain, my honorable master Chu Kuangren will definitely know. After all, Chu Kuangren was an ancient god. His knowledge and experience were already at the peak of the world outside of the Sage Realm. Of course, Yi Fei did not want to miss the opportunity to learn from Chu Kuangren. Therefore, after successfully breaking through to the Rinzhu realm, Yi Fei immediately walked out of his room. Upon seeing Yi Fei, the dragon tortoise, who was guarding the door, immediately ran over and rubbed its head affectionately against Yi Fei's pants. Yi Fei was very pleased. Blackie did well this time. It broke through to the middle stages of the Divine Monarch realm while I was cultivating. The dragon tortoise's breakthrough also shocked Xiao Qiao. She immediately touched the dragon tortoise's forehead to see if it had a fever. The dragon tortoise, which had always been lazy to walk and only knew how to bounce around, was actually working hard to cultivate. Roar! It was rare for the dragon turtle to be praised, so its tail stood up like a flagpole on the spot. Yi Fei and Xiao Qiao cast sidelong glances at it. They wondered if the dragon turtle had eaten something wrong recently and changed its personality. However, it was still a good thing that the dragon tortoise was able to achieve a breakthrough. Hence, Yi Fei immediately kept the dragon tortoise and Xiao Qiao before he rushed to Chu Kuangren's residence. Even though he had joined the sacred region and was given the ancient god villa, which was the best villa in the sacred city, he had not been able to do anything. However, Chu Kuangren's life was still the same as when he was in the Dragon Ascension sect. A mountain peak and a thatched cottage were more than enough for him. When Yi Fei arrived, Chu Kuangren and Zhang Lang were discussing the matters regarding the Fairy Demon Palace. Upon seeing Yi Fei, Zhang Lang was obviously shocked. Then, he said unhappily, "Junior brother, why did you come out so early? Our honorable teacher spent his entire life's savings to obtain 3 royal-grade ancient divine blood lotuses for you. If you don't refine them properly and go in a closed-door meditation to break through to the Rinzhu realm, wouldn't you be wasting our honorable teacher's efforts?" This time, Zhang Lang was really angry. On the other hand, Chu Kuangren's expression was filled with shock. The Rinzhu realm, and it's the middle stages of the Rinzhu realm. What? Junior brother, you've broken through to the Rinzhu realm in just a month? How is that possible? After all, Zhang Lang himself was a peerless sky pride with a rank 12 bloodline. When he broke through to the Rinzhu realm, Chu Kuangren had also tried his best to obtain an ancient divine blood lotus for Zhang Lang. Even so, Zhang Lang had spent a total of 3 years to break through the door of his Taoist core and reach the extreme human realm. Even though Yi Fei had 3 royal-grade ancient divine blood lotuses, Yi Fei should have needed at least half a year to a year to break through. However, Yi Fei had broken through in less than a month. Not only was Zhang Lang shocked, but even Chu Kuangren was in disbelief. He could not help but ask, "Yi Fei, how did you break through? 3 royal-grade ancient divine blood lotuses don't seem to be enough for you to break through so quickly." Chu Kuangren had a look of certainty on his face. Yi Fei was helpless about that. He could not possibly tell them about Xiao Qiao. At that thought, Yi Fei could only answer vaguely, "Please forgive me, honorable teacher. I used a special method to break through to the Rinzhu realm with the help of 3 royal-grade ancient divine blood lotuses." As for what method Yi Fei used, Chu Kuangren and Zhang Lang were smart enough not to ask. After all, everyone had their own secrets. The higher one's cultivation level, the more so. Zhang Lang even changed the topic. "Junior brother Yi, since you're in such a hurry to come out of your closed-door meditation, does that mean you've decided to enter the Fairy Demon Palace?" "That's right. I must enter the Fairy Demon Palace. However, before I do, there's something I don't understand. I hope honorable teacher and senior brother can answer my question. Chu Kuangren and Zhang Lang were a little curious. No matter what method Yifei used, Yifei was able to break through one major realm and one minor realm within a month. That was enough to prove how powerful his talent was. They were very curious as to what else could pose a problem for Yifei. Senior brother, didn't you say last time that as long as I gain enlightenment on my Taoist core and break through to the Rinzhu realm, then I'll be able to improve my sword Dao and begin to gain enlightenment on the divine ability domain. However, although I've cultivated the Rinzhu realm, I know nothing about the divine ability domain. That's why I'm here to seek your guidance, honorable teacher and senior brother. Yifei said sincerely. Upon hearing that, Zhang Lang had a strange look in his eyes. Junior brother, others call me crazy, but I think you're the craziest person in our sect. You should know that I, Zhang Lang, took 3 years to break through to the Rinzhu realm, but it took me 5 years to gain enlightenment on the divine ability domain. You, on the other hand, have only broken through to the Rinzhu realm not long ago, yet you're already thinking about gaining enlightenment on the divine ability domain. As the sect leader and senior brother, Zhang Lang could not stand Yifei's arrogance and ignorance any longer. He was just about to organize his words to persuade him. Chu Kuangren, who had been silent, suddenly said something shocking. He said in a deep voice, Yifei, you shouldn't be asking us this question. Instead, you should be asking yourself this question. Speaking of which, you've already touched upon the threshold of the divine ability domain, but it seems like you don't know about it. What? Junior brother has already touched upon the divine ability domain? How is that possible? Zhang Lang's belly full of words turned into shock at that moment. Yifei also looked at Chu Kuangren in shock. I've already touched upon the divine ability domain, but why can't I feel it myself? He could not imagine it. Chu Kuangren, on the other hand, smiled and patiently guided him. Yifei, think about it again. How did you defeat Qin Xiaoyao and Fengyun at the god-slaying stage? Their bloodlines and divine abilities are no weaker than yours, and they can even unleash combat strength that surpasses the limits of the Divine Lord realm. How did you make them admit defeat? Boom! Chapter 28-27. The reason he could defeat Qin Xiaoyao and Fengyun was not because he was stronger than them. In fact, the three of them were on the same level in terms of their bloodlines, divine powers, and combat strength. If they continued to fight, all three of them would be injured. Yifei's only advantage was the sword Dao that he had comprehended during his battle with the young heavenly emperor in the Great Void Witch-suppressing pagoda. It was the pinnacle of sword Dao fusion. Moreover, this sword Dao was not created by Yifei alone. He had also used the power of the Holy Dragon's eye and the Void Serpent's power. It was because the Void Serpent had temporarily let go of the suppression on his bloodline that Yifei was able to fuse all of his sword Dao in that moment of life and death, unleashing the pinnacle sword technique that surpassed the Heavenly Emperor's regrets. Could it be that the pinnacle sword technique that I've unintentionally fused is actually the embryonic form of the sword domain? And that Void Serpent, I've always thought that it was the biggest thread in my body. I didn't expect it to have such a good side. After all, in a situation at the Wizard Suppression Pagoda, if not for the Void Serpent Spirit's sudden help, Yifei could only defeat the young Celestial Emperor at most, but not kill him. Not to mention later on at the God Execution stage, when he fought 1 against 2 and forced Qin Xiaoyao and Fengyun to lower their heads and admit defeat. Sensing Yifei's thoughts, the Void Serpent Spirit that had been suppressed for a long time suddenly felt tears streaming down its cheeks. Demon Yi, you've finally burned the bridge after crossing the river and thought of me. Also, when are you going to give me the 10% of blood vitality you owe me? The Void Serpent was filled with resentment. Yifei abruptly snapped out of his thoughts and ignored the Void Serpent's words. Once again, he activated the Holy Dragon's eye to suppress the Void Serpent. At the same time, Yifei solemnly cupped his fists at Chu Kuangren and said, Honorable teacher, Could it be that the key to mastering the divine power domain is the fusion of various divine powers with my essence, chi, and soul? Yes and no. However, to be able to grasp the general direction of the mystique realm right after breaking through to the Rinzhu realm was very rare. If the Tao heart was the foundation of the Rinzhu realm, then the divine realm was the key to the difference between an ordinary Rinzhu and a prodigy Rinzhu. When you reach Rinzhu's level, you will realize that a Rinzhu without a divine domain is extremely weak. Any slightly stronger divine lord can challenge a Rinzhu of a higher level. However, once a Rinzhu grasps a divine domain, there's basically no possibility of him being challenged. Furthermore, the stronger the divine domain and the stronger the Tao heart, the greater the possibility of challenging an ancient emperor. For example, if a martial artist bloodline is not strong and his Tao heart is not strong, but one day, through his own efforts or a fortuitous encounter, he will be able to master an extremely powerful divine power domain. Then, this martial artist will be able to ignore the limitations of his bloodline and possess earth-shattering combat strength. He may even be able to turn the tables and crush those prodigies with powerful bloodlines. Therefore, divine powers and bloodlines are not absolute. Even a low-grade bloodline can give birth to some amazing and invincible powerhouses. On the contrary, many prodigies with powerful bloodlines do not know how to cherish their talents and eventually become unknown. Yi Fei, Zhonglang. Do you know why I'm telling you all this? Chu Kuangren's tone carried a hint of testing. Yi Fei and Zhonglang's expressions suddenly became serious. Yi Fei said, "What honorable teacher means is that for a true powerhouse, bloodlines are not the most important thing. The most important thing should be one's own efforts." Zhonglang also nodded and said, "This is also the purpose of the Rising Dragon sect. The most important thing in the Rising Dragon sect will always be the character and perseverance of our disciples. Otherwise, I wouldn't have taken Wu Yue into the sect in the first place. Yi Fei, you must remember this too. After all, once I break through to the ancient god realm, the position of sect leader will fall on your head." Zhonglang's tone was very serious, but Yi Fei felt a headache just listening to it. Feeling extremely depressed, he reminded them, "Honorable teacher, senior brother, I think we're talking about comprehending a divine domain, right?" Zhonglang laughed and scolded, "You're so sly. There's no way you're trying to shirk your responsibilities." It was obvious that Zhonglang was determined to push the Rising Dragon sect's responsibility to Yi Fei. Yi Fei's expression instantly turned bitter as he said helplessly, "Let's talk about this after I return from the Divine Demon Palace." Those words made Zhonglang's expression turn serious too. Chu Kuangren looked at Yi Fei with a solemn expression and said, "Since you're so determined to enter the Divine Demon Palace, I'm sure you have your reasons, so I won't ask too much. This is what I learned about mastering the divine domain back in the day. Take it and study it. At the end, I'll leave you with these words. Act according to the circumstances and do your best. Don't worry, honorable teacher. I'll be careful." Yi Fei understood that this was Chu Kuangren's advice for him. Of course, he would remember it in his heart. After taking the book, Yi Fei did not study it. Instead, he looked at Chu Kuangren. Chu Kuangren nodded knowingly. He then looked at Zhonglang and said, "Now that I've joined the Holy Domain, it's no longer appropriate for me to interfere with the Rising Dragon sect's affairs." Zhonglang, the opening of the Divine Demon Palace this time is the first time the 9 Supreme sects are entering. You must be extra careful. No treasure is more important than your life. As for the Emperor's inheritance, the Holy Domain has yet to obtain it after so many years, so don't think too much about it. After saying that, Chu Kuangren left the thatched cottage and stepped into the void, returning to the Holy Domain. Yi Fei and Zhonglang continued to stay in the thatched cottage. They also took the opportunity to ask Zhonglang, the powerful ancient emperor, about comprehending the divine domain. A day passed by very quickly. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. Today was also the day that the Divine Demon Palace was officially opened. The The sect leaders of the 9 supreme sects had personally brought their respective geniuses to the holy city once again. This had also attracted the envious and jealous gazes of many warriors in the holy city. After all, the news of the emperor's inheritance in the divine demon palace had long been known to the entire city. Many of the smart ones had already deduced that the sect leaders of the 9 supreme sects had something to do with the opening of the divine demon palace. Is the divine demon palace finally going to open to those outside the holy domain? I wonder who will be lucky enough to obtain the emperor's inheritance this time. Many of the warriors' hearts were burning with excitement. This was especially true for the geniuses selected from the 9 supreme sects. These people were no longer half-ancestor sky prides like little beast King Jeeb. Instead, they were all peerless sky prides of the Rinzu realm. They were also the core figures of the 9 supreme sects. However, among them, Yifei also saw a few familiar faces. These people were Qin Xiaoyao and Fengyan. These two had already broken through to the Rinzu realm. In their hands, they even had the emperor's ancient order to enter the divine demon palace. This made Yifei secretly surprised. This was especially true for Fengyan, who did not belong to any sect, yet he was able to break through to the Rinzu realm within a month. This attracted a lot of attention. What attracted the most attention was the team from the Holy Domain. These people were also peerless sky prides of the Holy Domain in the Rinzu realm. Moreover, there were more than 10 of them, which caused a huge commotion among the 9 supreme sects. Chapter 28-28. Demon Yi, we finally meet again. Among the crowd, Lu Mohan's gaze suddenly landed on Yifei. His expression was smug. Although he had betrayed Imperial Sky and joined the Holy Region in front of everyone, he had been criticized by many. However, ever since Lu Mohan had followed ancient god Duo and joined the main branch of the Holy Region, he had also received great benefits. For example, to show his loyalty, Duo had deliberately nurtured Lu Mohan to deal with Yifei. Therefore, Lu Mohan had not only received great attention in the Holy Region, but he had also quickly broken through to the Rinzu state. He was also the 4th genius of the same generation to break through to the Rinzu state after Yifei, Qin Xiaoyao, and Fengyan. However, regardless of whether it was Yifei, Qin Xiaoyao, or Fengyan, they all looked down on such people. Yifei could not even be bothered to look at Lu Mohan's provocative gaze. He only nodded slightly at Qin Xiaoyao and Fengyan. At the same time, he looked at Zhang Lang in confusion and asked, "Senior brother, there are only 9 keys to the Fairy Demon Palace. Why did the Holy Region send so many people this time?" "Junior brother, you might not know this, but the Holy Region has been using the geniuses of the 9 major sects as cannon fodder to collect the Emperor's ancient tokens for thousands of years. They have not used all of the tokens they have obtained. Instead, they have kept some as a reward for the disciples of the main branch of the Holy Region to train. These people should be the ones from the Holy Region who have come to train. After you enter, you must be careful of these people." Zhang Lang's expression was very serious. Yifei also nodded solemnly. After all, the Holy Region had been exploring the Fairy Demon Palace for thousands of years. Even if they did not obtain the Emperor's inheritance, they must have obtained a lot of information. As for them, it was the first time that they had entered the Fairy Demon Palace. It could be said that they were in the dark and were naturally at a disadvantage compared to the geniuses of the Holy Region. However, it would be best if I could obtain the inheritance of the young Celestial Emperor. Even if I can't, I'll think of a way to bring the last shard of the ancient god's corpse spirit into the immortal demon palace. That way, I'll have fulfilled my promise, Yifei thought to himself. Like Chu Kuangren, Yifei wasn't too enthusiastic about obtaining the Heavenly Emperor's inheritance. After all, if the immortal demon palace's Heavenly Emperor's inheritance was easy to obtain, the sacred domain would have made their move long ago instead of outsiders like them. All of you listen up. We are already being generous by allowing the 9 great sects to participate in the opening of the Fairy Devil Palace. Therefore, after entering, The disciples of the 9 great sects must listen to the orders of the disciples of the holy region. In other words, you must assist the disciples of the holy region to obtain the treasures inside and pass the various tests of the fairy devil palace. Sect leaders, do you have any objections? Suddenly, a powerful ancient god aura appeared in the sky. As the ancient god emperor, Zhonglang's expression changed, and he whispered a warning. Be careful, the higher-ups of the holy region have arrived. The higher-ups of the holy region were made up of 2 groups. One was the elders who held real power, and the other was the powerful ancient gods who were close to the level of a heavenly emperor. This time, the one who came was a powerful ancient god who was close to the level of a heavenly emperor. Just by looking at the void, he gave off an extremely terrifying pressure. Even the ancient emperors of the 9 great sects felt a heavy pressure in their hearts. In the end, it was the sect leader of the Mystic Maiden sect, a woman dressed in palace attire, who stepped forward with a smile to smooth things over. It's ancient god Longyang. We're already very satisfied that the holy region has allowed us to enter the fairy devil palace. As for the rest, we won't ask for too much. What Longyang? Upon hearing that name, Yifei's expression could not help but become extremely strange. Zhonglang hurriedly glared at Yifei and hurriedly nodded. The Rising Dragon sect agrees as well. The Imperial Sky agrees. The Sky Cleaving sect agrees. It was clear that the 9 great sects had already expected this before coming over. Even though the holy region's conditions were very harsh, the 9 great sects' sect masters could only pinch their noses and accept. A satisfied smile appeared on ancient god Longyang's face. Suddenly, he coldly glanced in the direction of the Rising Dragon sect and asked Yifei, "You're that demon Yi who's been in the limelight recently? I heard that you released the Vermilion Bird Patriarch and even obtained the Vermilion Bird race's secret technique, the Vermilion Bird True Body?" Yifei hurriedly replied, "Senior misunderstands. I am Yifei, but I'm not a demon. Furthermore, I wasn't the one who released the Vermilion Bird Patriarch. It was that Vermilion Bird that forced me to release it. This junior deeply regrets it now." Releasing the golden Vermilion Bird of his own accord was making an enemy of the holy region. Being forced to release it was excusable. How could Yi Fei not understand the trap hidden in ancient god Longyang's myth? Seeing that he couldn't get anything out of Yi Fei with words, ancient god Longyang couldn't help but coldly snort. Suddenly, he amiably asked, "Whether you were forced or not, as long as you search your soul, everything will be clear. Yi Fei, seeing that you have some talent, this senior will make an exception and give you another chance. As long as you agree to let this senior search your soul, not only will this senior not harm you, but I will also accept you as my disciple. I will also give you another chance to join the main faction." Boom! Ancient god Longyang's words shocked all the disciples of the 9 great sections. Lu Mohan even looked at Yi Fei with jealousy. Back then, he had ignored the disdain and curses of tens of thousands of martialists and publicly swore to betray the imperial sky, bearing the infamy of deceiving his master and destroying his ancestors. Only then had he been fortunate enough to join the holy region. However, Yi Fei didn't have to bear any infamy. As long as his soul was searched once, he could join the holy region and even become the disciple of a vice sect master. This status and treatment was simply the difference between an emperor and a beggar. Furthermore, the emperor was Yi Fei while the beggar was Lu Mohan. Lu Mohan's face immediately turned red with anger. However, ancient god Longyang didn't even look at Lu Mohan's feelings. He just narrowed his eyes and stared at Yi Fei. It seemed as if he really admired Yi Fei's talent. However, in the face of this gaze, Yi Fei suddenly felt a certain degree of vigilance. He remembered that the golden vermilion bird had once said that the one who had suppressed it back then was Longyang. Longyang had always had designs on the golden vermilion bird and had even suppressed it for several thousand years without killing it. There was definitely something fishy going on here. Furthermore, Everyone had their own secrets. The moment ancient god Lonyang appeared, he actually proposed to search Yi Fei's soul. This undoubtedly caused Yi Fei to develop a huge dislike for him. Not bothering to care about this person's status, Yi Fei just coldly retreated behind Zhang Lang and said, "Senior, I appreciate your kind intentions. However, I still feel that the Rising Dragon sect is more suitable for me." With a whoosh, all eyes once again turned to Yi Fei. No one had expected that Yi Fei would actually reject the invitation of the Holy Region's main faction. Furthermore, it was a vice sect master of the Holy Region, an existence closest to the Celestial Arch. He was really too arrogant, too egotistical, and too ignorant. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.